Yes, Your Honor, the state will be calling Ray Hermosillo.
All right, well, call your witness. We'll have him come up and sworn. Sir, before safely. Please, Madam Clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right. Officer, as you testify, just remember to make a audible response to anything that being questioned, so that the record stays clear, and try to avoid speaking over the top of anyone questioning you. With that in mind, then, what would you like to inquire in?
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, will you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Ray Hermosillo, Hermosillo. Is that on?
Your Honor, is that microphone on?
I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah, why don't you go ahead and start over and just talk right into the mic, please.
Detective, will you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Ray Hermosillo, Hermosillo.
Thank you. Detective Hermosillo, what is your occupation?
I'm currently a lieutenant in the detective division for the Rexburg Police Department.
How long have you been a detective?
5 years.
And how long were you involved in law enforcement before you became a detective?
Before I was a detective, 18 years.
Have you worked for any other law enforcement agency other than the Rexburg Police?
No,
And are you post-certified?
I am.
Detective, have you been involved in the case regarding Chad Daybell?
Yes, I have.
You know what Chad Daybell looks like?
I do.
Is he present in this courtroom?
He is. He's at the defendant's table for sure. In a low screen time.
Thank you. Detective, let's talk about how did you initially become involved in the investigation regarding Mr. Daybell?
On November 1st, 2019, I was contacted by Fremont County Sheriff's Office. I was told that there was possibly a Jeep that was involved in an attempted homicide in our jurisdiction. So at that time, with that information, I contacted Gilbert Police and asked what they needed us to do to assist them.
What did you do?
Gilbert Police asked us to seize the Jeep if it was located. They gave us the address of 565 Pioneer, which is Rock Creek Townhomes. They also asked us,
Detective, I'm going to stop real quick. Where is that address located? What city?
Rexburg,
What county is Rexburg in?
Madison County.
So once you received that address, what did you do?
Gilbert asked us to seize the Jeep if we had located the Jeep. They also asked us to perform intermittent surveillance. So at that time, that's exactly what we did.
When you say intermittent surveillance, what did you do to perform that surveillance?
When we were driving around, when there was no other calls coming in, we would park in front of the residents, behind the residents, take photographs of anybody leaving or coming in. That's basically what we did for the surveillance.
And do you recall what dates you did that surveillance?
The dates were between November 1st and November 4th when I located the Jeep at 565 Pioneer.
Did you ever, see the defendant at that address?
I did. There were a few times during the intermittent surveillance that we had taken photographs of the defendant, Mr. Daybell, and Lori Vallow, either coming or going from the residence.
And that was between the dates of November 1st and November 4th.
Judge, could we have, for the record, have this officer established?
I'm sorry, 2019.
So. Right, and did you, when you talked about seeing Mr. Daybell, was that between those dates of November 1st and November 4th, 2019?
That's correct.
And your primary job was to look for a Jeep, is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed what's been marked, the State's Exhibit 90. Very well, the court has a courtesy copy and counsel as well.
Mr. Wood, to be clear, it sounded like you said 90, this is 9A.
I believe it's 90. Double check.
Can I just see the exhibit so I can confirm my words? It's okay.
You're correct, Honor, 9A,
Thank you.
and that would be exhibits 9A through 90. Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibits 9A through 9B?
Yes, I do.
What do they purport to be?
That is the Jeep that I had seized, parked in the parking lot just outside of 565 Pine.
And were these pictures taken at the location of 565 Pioneer?
No, these photographs were taken at our impound lot at the police department.
Did you take these pictures?
I did not.
But do you recognize these images as true and accurate representations of the Jeep you seized from 565 Pioneer Drive?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask the State's Exhibits 9A through D be entered into evidence.
The objection from the defense.
Judge, I'd like to move on to your immediate action and the foundation.
All right, you can voir dire or ask foundational questions, Mr. Pryor.
Officer Hermosillo, thank you. You mentioned that you were doing surveillance on the Jeep, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you have an occasion to get close to the Jeep during that surveillance?
We hadn't located the Jeep during that surveillance. I located the Jeep on November 4th, 2019, and that's when I had it impounded.
Okay, and at the time of being impounded, did you have the occasion to go through the Jeep and observe the Jeep energy? Or were you relying just on the photographs taken in the Jeep? Do you understand my question?
No, sir. You
I'll
repeat it.
rephrase that. Did you have a personal occasion to go through the inside of that Jeep and observe the contents within the Jeep?
Your Honor, I think that goes beyond the scope of this specific exhibit.
I guess the issue, Mr. Wood, is he indicated he did not take these photographs, and some of the exhibits also contain photographs of the interior of the Jeep, so it's proper voir dire any of an objection.
Thank you.
May I continue, Judge?
Yes.
Officer, all I'm trying to establish is I don't want you to be able to testify that, someone else took the pictures and this is what they found. I want you to be able, you're authenticating and you're under oath to swear that these are accurate photos. I'm trying to find out if that knowledge is based on your personal experience, or is it simply based on the fact that you're relying on somebody else who told you this is what we found? So that's what I'd like you to clarify for me, if you would, sir.
Sure. I impounded the Jeep. I was standing next to the officer taking the photographs, and I also went through the Jeep personally.
Okay, I withdraw the objection. Thank you, officer.
All right, exhibits 9A through D are admitted.
Thank you. May I publish to the jury?
You may want to have a quick sidebar with council.
To like the reporter.
All right, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to proceed with publishing the court's instructions there on the sidebar, then you may publish any or all of the photos.
Thank you, Your Honor, and if I could have access to the album. Detective, is this what you saw in State's Exhibit A?
Yes,
Is this the Jeep that you had been assigned to do surveillance for?
that's right.
Did you ever learn who this Jeep belonged to?
I did.
Who did it belong to?
It was registered to Charles Vallow, but we later determined that Tylee Ryan drove that Jeep.
Detective, this is State's Exhibit 9B. Is this that same Jeep?
Yes,
That's all I'm going to publish now.
All right, thank you.
Detective, while you were doing your surveillance, you testified that you had occasion to see the defendant, Lori Vallow. Did you ever see children with her?
no, we didn't.
Did you ever see anybody else with them?
No.
At that time? Were you, at that time, were you aware of who J.J. Vallow was?
No,
Were you aware of who Tyree Ryan was?
no,
So when you spoke with, is it fair to say that when you were initially contacted by another law enforcement agency, they did not ask you to look for those children at that time?
that's correct.
Detective, did your role in this investigation change after that?
It did.
When did that happen?
After I had seized the Jeep November 4th, 2019, I contacted Gilbert Police and let them know I had the Jeep. Gilbert Police Department flew to Rexburg with a few of their detectives and a few of their crime analysts to go through the Jeep and serve a warrant with the Jeep. They were looking for the infotainment center, which is the middle of the Jeep console. It has the GPS locations, things of that nature, and they wanted the information extracted. So when they were up here on November 18th, 2019, they asked me and the other detectives if during our intermittent surveillance, if we had seen any children. And we told them we hadn't. They stated that JJ's grandmother.
Judge, I'm going to object. I'm trying to be somewhat open-minded about foundation, but I'm going to object.
I'll ask a question, Your Honor.
Go ahead, thanks.
So you did have further contact with law enforcement from Arizona?
Correct.
And which law enforcement agency was that?
Gilbert Police Department.
And was it Gilbert Police Department that was looking for that Jeep?
Yes, it was.
When you followed up with them about the Jeep, did they give you any other information about their case?
They did.
Did any of that information regard children?
Yes, it did.
What were you told by Gilbert Police?
Judge, objection, hearsay.
Coming in for the effect on the listener, Your Honor.
Judge, could we approach?
No, give me a moment to make a ruling on I'll instruct the witness can answer the question, but for only the purpose of effect on the listener, if you can clarify that with your witness, Mr. Wood. Sure. And any objections overruled.
Detective, based on your conversation with Gilbert Police, did you take any action regarding any children involved in this case?
Yes, we did.
And for the purpose of what you did, what information were you given that you needed to look up on?
We were informed through their investigation that JJ Bellow's grandmother was concerned for his safety.
Judge, and again, I'm going to object at this point to renew my objection. That's going beyond.
I'll also sustain that as bringing up your statement, Mr. Wood.
Okay. Based on your conversation with Gilbert Police, what was the next step you took in your investigation?
We were requested to do a welfare check on JJ Bellow from the Gilbert Police Department.
Detective, had you ever met JJ Bellow?
No,
Were you provided any identifying information as to his age or where he might be?
we were provided very little information, just a brief description of what he looked like, his age, and where he should be, which was 565. Sorry, 565 Pioneer Road, where he lived with his mother, Lori Bellow.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 1.
Judge, I'm going to stipulate to the admission of State's Exhibit 1.
All right, it's being offered, Mr. Wood.
Yes, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 1 has been offered without objection. The court will admit State's Exhibit 1.
And Your Honor, with that stipulation, I'd actually ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 2 and State's Exhibit 3 as well.
Further stipulate to State's Exhibit 2, and stipulate to State's Exhibit 3.
Very well. Then, presuming they're being offered, State's Exhibits 2 and 3 are also admitted. And Mr. Wood, if they're going to be published, again, the same issue we discussed before today's.
That's all I'm doing about. Thank you. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 1?
Okay.
What is State's Exhibit 1?
That is a birth certificate out of the state of Louisiana.
Your Honor, where this is admitted, may I publish?
Yeah.
Detective, can you identify who this is a birth certificate for?
The name on my birth certificate is Kanan Todd Trahan,
What is the birth date?
May 25th, 2012.
And where is the place of birth?
Lake Charles, Louisiana.
Your Honor, if I may publish State's Exhibit 2.
Yeah.
Detective, I'm going to ask you to turn to the second page of State's Exhibit 2. Detective, what is State's Exhibit 2?
It's a decree of adoption.
And reading through that, are you aware of who that is a decree of adoption for?
Yes.
Who was it for?
Canaan Todd Trahan.
And on the bottom of that, can you read the second to the bottom paragraph? That is a
The entire paragraph.
yes, please.
It is further ordered, the judge and decreed that the name of the child, Canaan Todd Trahan, be changed as follows. Joshua Jackson Vallow, and the Registrar of the Louisiana Department of Public Health and Statistics is hereby ordered to make the appropriate changes in its records.
Okay. May I publish dates for the 3-year-old?
Yes.
Detective, what is state's exhibit 3?
That is also a birth certificate from the state of Louisiana.
And who is it a birth certificate for?
Joshua Jackson Vallow.
Detective, in the course of your investigation, have you learned what Joshua Jackson or JJ Vallow looks like?
Yes.
Have you seen pictures of him?
Yes, I have.
Were you able to access pictures of him from iCloud accounts associated with his mother?
Yes.
Your Honor, I asked that the witness be handed state's exhibit 4.
All right, the witness is handed state's exhibit 4.
Detective, you testified that you never met JJ Vallow, correct?
Correct.
How did you come to know what he looked like?
Through photographs we were given.
Where did you get those photographs?
We received a few from Gilbert Police. His grandmother, Kay Woodcock. I think that's all I can remember.
And I spoke with you briefly before. Did you ever have occasion to review iCloud accounts belonging to Lori Vallow?
Yes, we did.
And on those iCloud accounts, did you find other pictures of JJ Vallow?
Yes, we did.
And did you find videos of JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Based on your investigation, what does Exhibit 4 purport to be?
Photograph of JJ Vallow.
And you didn't take this picture, correct?
Correct.
But you recognize that individual as Joshua or JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes, the state would move to admit the state's Exhibit 4.
Any objection?
Judge, there's a little bit of foundation that I want to iron on. No, so what's the source of that picture? Where did
Lori's iCloud, Lori for Style, iCloud.com.
Judge, can we approach just briefly on this issue?
Based on a sidebar with counsel, I understand the defense does not have an objection at this point to exhibit 4 being submitted. Is that correct, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, exhibit 4 then is submitted.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
You know,
Detective, who is that?
That's JJ Vallow.
Detective, you were talking about receiving a request to do a welfare check, correct?
That's correct.
When did you receive that request?
On November 25th, 2019, in late evening hours, I received a call from Detective Pillar with the Gilbert Police Department, and he requested that
Judge, I'm going to object at this point.
A request isn't hearsay.
at this point, I don't hear an objection on hearsay, so you see.
Go ahead and repeat the question, please.
What did you do in response to that request?
On November 25th, 2019, I received a call from Detective Pillar, the Gilbert Police Department. He requested that I do a welfare check on JJ Vallow the next morning because he wasn't able to get a hold of JJ or
Objection.
This is staying as hearsay.
Did you do a welfare check for JJ Vallow?
we did.
What date did you do that?
November 26th, 2019.
How did you go about doing that?
On that morning of November 26th, 2019, myself and Detective Daybell went to Lori Vallow's residence where we presumed JJ was at. She lived at 565 Pioneer, apartment 175. As we approached, expecting to speak with Lori, we noticed the defendant, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox unloading a pickup truck near the garage area.
And at this point, were you aware of who Chad Daybell was?
Yes.
How would you learn about him?
Through our investigation with Gilbert and communicating with Gilbert Police Department.
And so you recognized who he was.
Correct.
And at that time, were you aware of who Alex Cox was?
Yes, we were.
So after you saw them, what did you do next?
I got out of my vehicle and made contact with Alex. He was standing at the driver's side of his pickup truck, and the defendant Daybell was on the passenger side. I asked Alex if Lori Vallow was home, and he stated that she wasn't home. I asked Alex if JJ was home, that we were there to do a welfare check. And at that point, Alex got a surprised, frightened look on his face, looked over at across the pickup at the defendant Daybell. The defendant Daybell then looked back at Alex. And initially, neither one of them answered my question.
After they didn't answer your question, what did you do?
I asked them again if JJ was home, and Alex Cox finally answered and stated that JJ was with his grandmother in Louisiana.
When you were given that information, did it cause you any concern?
It did, because I informed Alex that it was highly unlikely because his grandmother.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. We're going to be getting into hearsay.
I'll sustain that.
Your Honor, I think the defendant's about to testify what he said to Alex Cox.
Okay, that's not what I understood where it was going. You can ask the question, Mr. Wood.
Detective, what did you say to Alex Cox?
I informed Alex that it was unlikely because Kay.
Judge, I'm going to object. This is going to lead into hearsay.
Your Honor, this is a statement by a declarant on the witness seat. It cannot be hearsay.
overruled, and it is, permissible, so objection overruled.
What did you say to Alex Cox?
I informed Alex that it was unlikely that JJ was with his grandmother Kay because she was the one who called in the welfare check.
And what was the response to that?
There was no response initially. Alex again looked over at the defendant Daybell, and they kind of both just looked at each other. And at that point, I asked Alex where I could find Lori Bell.
And did he give you a location to find her?
He stated that she was in apartment 107, which is the same apartment complex, just a few apartments down.
What did you do at that point?
At that point, I asked Alex if there was a way I could contact Lori and asked Alex for her cell phone number. And Alex told me that he didn't have her cell phone number.
Were you aware at that point that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow were siblings?
Yes, through our investigation with Gilbert, we knew that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow were extremely close. So when Alex told me he didn't have his sister's cell phone number, I assumed he was lying to me.
What did you do once you received that information?
Myself and Detective Hope left the defendant Daybell and Alex at the pickup truck. We went over to apartment 107 to see if we could make contact with Lori. At that point, we were just trying to find JJ Vallow.
And were you able to locate him at apartment 107?
No, we knocked on apartment 107, there was no answer. So at that point, Detective Hope began knocking on neighbors' doors. See if we can get a hold of anybody who would know if they saw a little boy coming in and out of that apartment or who resided at that apartment. And while Detective Hope was doing that, I started walking back to my vehicle to call for more detectives to come over to our location.
Why did you call for more detectives?
Because of the deception from Alex, I wanted to figure out what exactly was going on. And we were going to start canvassing the area and knocking on doors, so the more detectives we had on scene, the better it was for us.
Detective, to clarify, when you first saw Alex and Chad Daybell, did you speak with Chad Daybell?
No, I personally didn't.
So I believe you testified that you started walking back to the original apartment.
Correct.
What happened then?
As I was approaching my car that was parked in the alleyway, I noticed the defendant Daybell driving towards me in a black Chevy Equinox. It appeared he had just left apartment 175 and was headed towards me in the alleyway. So at that point, I stopped him to have a conversation.
What did you ask him?
I asked the defendant Daybell, when's the last time you saw JJ Vallow? And he stated it was in October in apartment 107 with Lori Bell.
Did you ask him anything else?
I did. I asked him how he knew Lori, and he stated he had only met her a couple of times, and that he didn't know her very well.
Did that response cause any concern for you?
It did.
Why?
Through our investigation, prior to me making any contact with the defendant Daybell or Alex Cox, we knew that Chad and Lori had been married 2 weeks prior to my conversation with them in the alley.
So is it fair to say you were troubled by his government? What happened after that?
I asked Mr. Daybell, the defendant Daybell, if he had Lori Ballow's telephone number, so I could get hold of her. And he stated he didn't have her phone number.
Did you have any further conversation?
I did. When I was speaking with the defendant Daybell, Detective Hope saw me talking with him and started to walk back to my location. As he approached, I again asked the defendant Daybell for Lori's number because I assumed he was lying to me based on what I knew. And at that time, he did give me Lori's phone number.
Did he tell you why he didn't give it to you in the first place?
He did. He stated that he felt I was accusing him of something.
And had you accused him of anything?
No, I simply asked him the whereabouts of JJ and asked him for his wife's telephone number.
Detective, during this interaction, were you wearing a body cam?
No, I wasn't.
Why not?
In the detective division, most of our interviews are in a controlled environment. We call people into the police department. We have an interview room set up with cameras. So most of the time we're conducting our business and our interviews at the police department. It's very rare we're the first officers or detectives on scene. There's one body cam between 7 detectives. Unlike patrol, where a patrolman is assigned a body cam, a detective is not assigned a body.
What happened after you got that information from the defendant?
I called my lieutenant at the time and told him what was going on. I felt that based on the deception and lies from the defendant Daybell, who is JJ's stepfather, the lies and the deception from JJ's uncle, who is Alex Cox. I felt there was more going on with the whereabouts of JJ. And so at that time, I wanted to get everybody over there to see if we could figure out what was going on. So I asked my lieutenant to gather some detectives and respond to my location.
And then what happened?
A few minutes later, my lieutenant arrived with Detective Dave Stubbs, who had a body cam at that point. We began knocking on doors. We went back to 175, which is Lori Ballow's apartment, and started knocking on her door and didn't get any answer.
And I apologize if I missed it. Who was your lieutenant?
Ron Wall.
All right, so after you weren't able to get any answers, what did you do next?
Through our investigation, we learned that Lori Ballow's niece, Melanie Boudreaux, it was Melanie Pulowski, Melanie Boudreaux at the time, it's now Melanie Pulowski. She lived in apartment 174, which is right next door to Lori. So at that point, we knocked on her apartment as well to see if Lori or JJ was at that apartment.
Did anybody answer?
No, they didn't.
What did you do next?
I was instructed to go back to the police department, go to the prosecutor's office to see if we can obtain a search warrant to search the residence for JJ Ballo, while the other detectives stayed on scene and started knocking on doors in that complex. At that point, our only focus was to find JJ and to figure out what was going on. So we were going to exhaust every means that we could to see if we could do that. And that's why I went to the prosecutor's office to see if I could obtain a search warrant.
And did you obtain a warrant that day?
No.
Why not?
On the way to the prosecutor's office, Detective Hope, with the number that the defendant Daybell provided, called that number. There was no answer, but he left a message. Once we got to the prosecutor's office, Lori Ballo called back, and she was instructed to open the door. There were detectives outside of her door that wanted to speak with her.
Okay. And are you aware of if any detectives were able to make contact with her that day?
Yes, they did.
Do you know who that was?
Detective Stubbs and Detective Ball.
And you had mentioned earlier that Detective Stubbs had a body cam on, correct?
Correct.
And do you know if their interaction with Lori Vallow was recorded?
Yes, it was.
Have you watched that video?
Yes, I have.
At that point in your investigation, what did you do?
After,
After Detectives Ball and Stubbs had spoken with Lori Vallow, what did you do? What did you do next?
we were informed that JJ was with a family friend.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. How about some foundation?
Sustain that.
Detective, did you speak with Detectives Ball and Stubbs about their interaction with Lori that day?
Yes,
Did you speak with them that day?
yes,
Did you watch the body cam of their interaction with Lori Vallow that day?
yes, I did.
So you're aware of what she said to them.
Correct.
Based on what she said to them, what did you do next in your investigation?
We attempted to locate the family friend to see if JJ was with her in Gilbert, Arizona.
And do you know who that family friend was?
Melanie Gibb,
Were you able to contact them?
I was not.
Did you have any interaction with Arizona law enforcement day about contacting Melanie Gibb?
I did. It was starting to get into the later hours of that evening. So I contacted Detective Pillar with Gilbert Police Department. And I had him go to Melanie Gibb's residence to see if JJ was there. Ultimately, we learned he was not there.
About what time did you learn that JJ was not with Melanie Gibb?
Roughly 9 o'clock at night.
And what did you do when you found out that he was not there?
I contacted Lieutenant Ball and let him know. And we agreed to meet at the prosecutor's office that next morning early to obtain search warrants for those apartments.
Okay, and just for clarity of the record, which apartments are you talking about?
Apartment 175, which belonged to Lori Vallow, 174, which belonged to Melanie Boudreaux, and apartment 107, because that's the last time JJ was seen based on the defendant Daybell's statements.
Detective, were you able to obtain those warrants?
Yes, we were.
What did you do? Well, what day did you obtain those warrants?
November 27th, 2019, in the early morning hours.
And on that day, did you execute those warrants?
We did.
Let's talk about that. Where did you search first?
We searched apartment 175 first.
Was there a reason you searched there first?
That was his address that we were given from Gilbert Police Department, and that's where his mother lived.
What did you find in apartment 175?
So initially, when we broke down the door, everything looked ordinary. There were couches, there were papers on the table, there was food in the refrigerator, food in the pantry. We went upstairs, there were beds, pictures. Everything seemed that people lived there. The thing that caught our attention was there were no clothes on the hanger in any of the closets. Zero clothes. Just a bunch of empty hangers hanging there like somebody took the clothes off and left.
Did you locate JJ in that apartment?
No,
Did you see any evidence whatsoever to suggest that he had been living there?
yes, we did. There were a couple things. We located a child's Star Wars suitcase underneath a little a crawl space under the stairs. It was mixed in with some, what I can best describe as 72-hour kits, and the kits had like flashlights, flares, water. The suitcase was mixed in with those. We also found an old prescription bottle prescribed to JJ of Rexburg. And there were miscellaneous photographs of JJ in the residence.
And did you see any other evidence of any minor children?
No. Crash. We did. When we first went inside, there were some scooters and a small child's, looked like a small child's bike right on the porch.
Okay. Did you seize anything from the home that day?
We did, I seized the Rexburg and the suitcase.
After you searched apartment 175, what did you do next?
We searched 174, which was Melanie Boudreaux's apartment. Everything appeared normal in there. There were no signs of JJ or anything that he was even there. We also searched apartment 107, and that was completely vacant. There was nothing in apartment 107.
Did you seize anything from apartments 174 or 107?
We seized, in apartment 174, we seized some cash, large amounts of cash that were found in the closet. And the only reason we seized those were for safekeeping, because we had kicked the door in there as well, and it wasn't able to lock, so we took that.
Did you locate any weapons in any of those apartments?
So in apartment 175, when we were searching the garage area, we located several different style weapons, handguns, rifles, various calibers, army knives, a lot of different weapons that were inside the garage.
And why did you seize those?
Again, for safekeeping, that apartment didn't lock. And so we took those so it wouldn't be stolen.
Did you find any evidence that JJ Vallow had been in apartment 174?
No,
Did you find any evidence that JJ Vallow had been in apartment 107? Did you search any other building that day?
we did. In apartment 175, we located a storage unit rental agreement contract. And on that storage unit contract was the name Lori Ryan. It had listed her as the tenant, and it listed the storage unit number as T52, and it gave an address of self-storage on Airport Road in Rexburg. So with that information, we were able to obtain a search warrant for that storage unit as well.
And did you participate in the search of that storage unit?
Yes, I did.
What did you find there?
There were a few bikes, children's bikes. There were boxes of winter clothing, some ice skates. There wasn't a lot in the storage unit. There was a personalized, like a family blanket, a big blanket with family photos that were kind of sewn onto the blanket. Those photos had JJ Vallow, Tylee Ryan, and their sibling Colby Ryan. There were pictures of Lori Vallow. But other than that, there was nothing else really in the storage unit.
When you performed these searches, were you looking for Tylee Ryan?
No,
So to your knowledge, she hadn't been reported missing.
that's correct.
Your Honor, if I'd ever reached that far.
Yes. Mr. Wood, I understand this would be a good breaking point in this testimony for the lunch hours, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and take our lunch recess at this time. We concluded the lunch break at this time. We're continuing with testimony of Detective Hermosillo and Mr. Wood. If you're ready, you can inquire, and I'll remind the witness you're still under oath for your testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, before we broke, we were speaking about the search of a residence. Can you remind us what residence that was?
But I believe it was apartment 175,
And whose residence was that?
Lord Dallas.
Your Honor, the state would ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 7A through 7K.
The witness is handed State's Exhibits 7A through K. They've been reviewed by defense. Mr. Wood, you can inquire.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibits 7A through K? Go ahead and take a minute and review them.
Yes, sir.
What do those exhibits purport to be?
They are photographs that were taken of Lord Dallas residence in the morning of November 27th.
And were you present? You testified earlier you were present at the search of that apartment on that date, correct?
That's right.
Did you walk through every room in that apartment?
Yes, I did.
Did you take these pictures?
No, I didn't.
Do you recognize them as true and accurate representations of what you witnessed in that room that day?
Yes, I did.
Or, I'm sorry, in that apartment that day?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, the state, the room for admission, State's Exhibits 7A through K.
The objection from the defense.
Why do you urinate at the church?
Yes, and use your microphone, please, Mr. Clark.
May I, Judge?
Yes.
Officer, what time were these pictures taken?
I don't know the exact time, roughly between 10 and noon, I would guess.
Are you guessing or do you know?
I don't know exactly what time, sir.
Okay. Who took the pictures?
I don't know who took the pictures.
What day did they take the pictures?
I believe I testified November 27th, 2019.
Well, if you weren't there, how do you know if you don't know who took it or who?
Chad, should he stay in the testimony?
And I'll allow it, you can continue for that.
I never once said I wasn't there. I was there the entire time on
That's not what my question was. The question was, you weren't there when the pictures were taken, were
I wasn't there when they were taking them.
you? You don't know the condition of the home when the pictures were taken, is that correct?
I was there when the pictures were taken, not standing next to the photographer.
So you were there when the pictures were taken,
That's correct.
but yet you don't even know who the photographer was who took the pictures. Is that what you're telling me?
That's correct.
Is there a reason why you wouldn't know a photographer who's taking pictures for a police investigation that you're in charge of?
I wasn't standing next to the photographer. I was inside the residence when the photos were being taken. At the same time they were being taken, I wasn't standing next to him.
Okay, but the question I asked is, why is it that you don't know the name of the photographer when this scene was closed off for an investigation pursuant to a search warrant, and you can't tell me who the name of the photographer was who took these pictures?
There were a lot of people that were part of that search warrant. I can't tell you exactly who took the photographs.
Well, that's what my concern is.
Prior, and we're getting speaking objections now. If there's a continuing objection, state the grounds.
Well, there were a number of people that were in and out of that apartment, is that right?
In and out of that apartment? No, sir. In that apartment, yes.
How many people were in the apartment at the same time?
Roughly 10.
And you would know all of the names of the people that were in the apartment, right?
Correct.
Yet you don't know the name of the photographer who took the pictures. Is that what you're telling me?
That's what I'm telling you, yes, sir.
Judge, I'm going to object.
Your Honor, I'm gonna lay some more foundation.
All right, you can lay additional foundation, and I'll also note it is a group of photographs, so if you have to work through them individually, we will. I'll note just an objection on 7, 8, K, and Mr. Wood, you can seek additional foundation related before I rule on the objection.
Detective, you testified you were present that day,
That's correct.
and you recognize these images as true and accurate representations of what you saw in that apartment.
That's correct.
And is it a true and accurate representation of the condition you found the apartment in?
Yes, sir.
And as you look through these pictures, is there anything in there that is different than the way you found it?
No.
Your Honor, the state moves again for the admission.
Objection again, Judge. There hasn't been proper foundation. The officer can't even tell me who took the pictures. He doesn't know what time the pictures were taken. And the condition he's talking about is the condition that he saw, not necessarily when the pictures, in the condition when the pictures were taken. So there hasn't been proper foundation here.
All right, I've considered the objection. I'm going to overrule the objection as it relates to photographs finding the officer has personal observation of the location. The one exception that I'll consider a standing objection on is on 7G, which is different, I would say, than just showing the apartment. Not saying it's not admitted, but still under advisement, any additional objection on foundation. So photographs with the exception of 7G are admitted, and you can inquire further, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I could publish those to the jury.
Yes.
Detective, can you tell me what you observed in State's Exhibit 7A?
That's the front door of apartment 175, front porch area.
And is this the apartment that you searched while you were for JJ?
Yes.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 7B?
So as you walk into the front room of the apartment, that's looking towards the dining kitchen room area. There's a child's car suitcase sitting there. Like I testified earlier, it looked like it was lived in. There's still cups, things on the counter, paper towels, everything looked normal.
What did you observe on State's Exhibit 7C?
That's standing in the kitchen, facing the doorway, so the opposite direction of what's photographed. You can see the stairwell going upstairs. There's still pictures on the wall, TV, papers on the counter. Everything looked normal at that point as well.
Observe in State's Exhibit 7D.
So when I testified about the crawl space under the stairs and the 72-hour kits, those are a few of the 72-hour kits, along with the Star Wars suitcase that we had located.
When you, Your Honor, does the court have a pointer?
Yeah, I don't know, let's have the bailiff. No, we do not, so.
Can you point to what you're referring to, describe the 72-hour kit?
So these black
Hold on a
bags,
second, Mr. Wood, yeah, okay, go ahead.
these black bags with the 72-hour kits, there's some underneath here that you can't see. There's some here, and then that's the Star Wars suitcase that I was referring to earlier.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 7E?
That's the top of the stairwell, looking down towards the bottom of the stairwell. This part right here goes into the front room, and the front door is right here.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 7F?
This is the master bedroom. So when you come up the stairwell, immediately to your left is this entrance here. Like I testified, there was bedding, pillows, everything looked normal in the room at that point. This is a bathroom as well.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 7H?
7H is what caused some red flags for us when we were searching the apartment.
Why was that?
Because of all these empty hangers. People go on trips.
Judge, I'm gonna object as unresponsive. There isn't a question here, that's a narrative.
It's the same. Detective, I asked you why the empty closet was concerning to you.
Because when we made contact with Lori Vallow the day before, she had lived in the apartment. She was in the apartment living. The very next morning, when we served the warrant, this is what we found, empty hangers.
And Detective, why would empty hangers be concerning to you?
Because it appeared to us that she grabbed her clothes, left everything else, and took off.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 7I?
This was a bedroom. If you walk down the hall towards the west, this is the bedroom on the right hand side. This is the bedroom we found some of Alex Cox's belongings in. So this is the bedroom to the right.
And what belongings of his did you find there?
There was a plastic tub with some of his belongings in, some hygiene things that had his name on them, things like that.
Okay, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 7J?
This is the same bedroom. There's one of the plastic tubs that had some belongings of Alex. There's some prescription pills up here that had Alex's name on them. And then there was some white Tyvek suits that were in the closet area.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 7K?
This is the room to the left. So the previous room was to the right. This is the room to the left. It had twin beds, bedding, everything was normal in that room as well.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 7G again for further foundation.
Very well.
That's if you recognize State's Exhibit 7G.
Yes, I do.
What does it purport to be?
A rental agreement with the tenant of Lori Ryan.
And you testified earlier about finding a rental agreement, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is this the rental agreement that you were speaking about?
Yes, it is.
And where was that located in the residence?
In the master bedroom on a desk in the corner.
And you saw it there?
That's correct.
And is that a true and accurate representation of the rental agreement you saw?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move for admission of State's Exhibit 7G.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 7G is admitted as well.
May I publish?
Yes.
Second, is this the rental agreement we were just speaking of?
Yes, it is.
And you testified earlier about searching the storage unit, correct?
Correct.
Was this the rental agreement that led you to that storage unit?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8A through 8Q. Second, I'm gonna ask you to take a moment and review State's Exhibit 8A through 8M. Detective, what do State's Exhibits 8A through 8M purport to be?
Photographs that we had taken in number 175 in the garage.
And what day were these photographs taken?
November 27th, 2019.
And was this a part of the search that you testified to earlier?
Yes,
And you were present in the garage?
that's correct.
Were these items laid out in this manner when you got to the garage?
No,
Were they taken out to be photographed?
yes,
And did you observe that taking place?
I did.
Right. And other than moving those items to be photographed, are these pictures, are these items in the same condition that you observed them that day?
Yes, in the same condition, like I testified to, we manipulated some of them so we get better photographs.
And are they true and accurate representations of what you observed in the garage of that apartment that day?
Yes,
Your Honor, the state would move for admission of State's Exhibit 8A through 8M.
Or dealing with.
I'm sorry. I should have said 8L.
Any objection as it relates to 8A through L?
Judge, what do you any objection?
Very well.
Officer, as before, were you present when the pictures were taken?
yes,
What was the name of the person who took the pictures?
Detective Daybell.
Were you present at the exact time that the pictures were taken of all of these items?
Yes, I was.
Who else was present at the time that these pictures were taken?
I couldn't tell you who else was in the room.
Well, we were in a garage, weren't we?
Couldn't tell you who else was in the garage.
Were there so many people there that you don't know?
No, I
Your
just,
Honor, this doesn't go to foundation.
I'll allow one more for dire if you wish, Mr. Pryor, continue.
So many people in the garage, you didn't know who was there?
no, I just can't recall their names at this.
They're not officers that work with you?
They are.
How big of a garage are we talking about?
I couldn't testify to that.
2-car garage, 1-car garage?
Mr. Pryor, I think we're getting across here. Is this a foundation objection still?
Judge, I'm trying to establish. Judge, I'll move on. Save it.
All right, the court's considered foundation objection as it relates to exhibits A through L. I'll overrule the objection and those may be admitted.
Thank you, Matt Publish.
Yes.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 8A?
So when I testified earlier about various magazines, weapons, there were knives, this is where we found those items. And
I
this,
just want to stop you real quick to clarify, when you say magazines, what type of magazine are you referring to?
magazines that go in rifles.
And you testified that you moved these items to take pictures of.
Correct.
And what did you observe in State's Exhibit 8A?
So here's some of the various magazines that we took out of some of the tubs. There's some ammunition. There's a few suppressors that screw on to the end of a gun to muffle the sound. There's a ghillie suit. Different items in this photo at different spots.
Could you tell me what you observed in State's Exhibit 8B?
So these were items that were located in black plastic bags, which are right here that I'm pointing to. So we simply took those items out of these plastic bags and laid them out so we get photographs of them.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8C?
These are various caliber ammunition in plastic bags that were located in plastic tubs. Yeah,
When you say ammunition, those are for bullets, correct?
correct.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8D?
This was one of the rifles that we had located in the garage in apartment 175. It's got duct tape here. What you can't see up top. is-
Judge, unresponsive.
This way. I'm gonna move the picture so you can see the top. What did you observe at the top of State's Exhibit 8D?
Like I was testifying to, at the top of this rifle, it's threaded for a suppressor to muffle the sound of a gunshot.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8E?
This rifle here is the exact same rifle from the previous picture. There's also another rifle that was in the bag, and that's this one here. This photograph was taken at the police department once we got the items back.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8F?
This is the rifle in the previous picture that was back here. It's just a close-up of that rifle.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8G?
Those are what I call the suppressors. From earlier that there was a photograph of these two men on the garage floor. This is just a close-up of both of those suppressors.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 8H?
These are knives that were found amongst the ammunition in the rifles and tubs.
Can you describe to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 8I? Okay.
This is just a handgun that was also located that was still in the case inside the garage.
Did you observe in State Exhibit 8J?
This is a Halloween mask, or what we think is a Halloween mask, that was located in a plastic bag in the garage along with duct tape and rope.
You described to the jury what you observed in State Exhibit 8K.
Once we remove the Halloween mask, this is the duct tape and the rope I was referring to in a Walmart bag.
Fine, what did you observe in State Exhibit 8L?
That is a passport that's located in belongings in that garage belonging to Alex Cox.
In Your Honor, I'd ask the witness be handed State's Exhibit 8M through 8Q. Very well. We briefly review State's Exhibit 810 through 8Q.
Okay.
Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
What do they purport to be?
These are items also located in the garage 175. What we go through each.
Not yet. Did you observe these items with your own eyes?
Yes, I did.
And you saw these on November 27th during your search of apartment 175?
Correct.
I believe you testified they were also in the garage.
That's correct.
Are these true and accurate representations of what you observed that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of State's Exhibit 8M through 8Q. Any objection?
Yes, to under your native objection, Judge.
Go ahead.
Officer, you previously testified that I don't want to put words in your mouth, that you staged certain items. Is that a fair assessment?
Correct.
And some of the items that you staged, when I mean staged, you remove those from packages or boxes, and you laid them out to take pictures. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you take pictures of all the items in the garage, or are these just selected pictures that you've decided to show today?
We took photographs of the items in the garage, anything that we thought was evidentiary value. We took photographs.
Okay, so the question is, the answer is then that you did not take pictures of everything that was in the garage. Is that fair?
No objection, Your Honor. This is cross, doesn't put a foundation of these items.
I do sustain that. We need to be on the narrow issue of foundation for admission or not, and we need to be allowed to cross later, of course. Yeah, any other questions?
So the question is that When I hear previously that you took items out of a package and you took pictures of select items, did you take all of these items out of some sort of packaging and take select pictures of these as well?
Yes, we took these out of tubs that were in the garage and took photos.
So when you were there and present going through the garage, and we don't know how big this garage is because you don't know. You couldn't see these in plain sight when you went through them, correct?
That's correct.
So you don't know what was in the garage and what wasn't. These were staged by someone else who took pictures, that correct?
We took these out of tubs and took photographs of them.
Who took them out of the tubs?
I couldn't tell you what officer took them out of the tubs.
When did they take them out of the tubs?
Are you asking for a time, sir?
I'm asking for a time, yeah.
Roughly 10 to 12, I would say.
In the afternoon, in the morning, when?
10 o'clock in the morning till 12 noon.
And you were present when they were taking these out of the tubs?
That's correct.
And who took these pictures of us?
Detective Hope.
Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, I'll rule an objection on foundation relating to exhibits 8M through Q, and those will be made.
Thank you. May I have a question?
You know,
Detective, can you describe to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 8M?
That is what appears to be an email printed item that was located in the garage at 175. There's some handwritten scribbles on it, some names, numbers associated with those names.
And at the time that you found those documents, did you understand what that meant?
No,
Were you able to determine, you said it was an email, who the sender of the email was?
yes,
Who was it?
Chad Daybell.
Were you able to determine who the recipient of the email was?
I don't recall the recipient. Just
No.
who sent it.
Oh, I apologize, I didn't get that down.
I just remember who sent the email.
And were you able to tell what date it was sent?
I believe it was October of 2018.
Was there a specific date?
I would have to look at it a little closer. It's in the upper left-hand corner.
Second, I'm going to have look at State's Exhibit 8M, if you can describe what you observed there for the jury.
It's the same photograph from the last slide.
And State's Exhibit 8 of presume, oh, sorry.
That's also more of the same email papers from the last slide.
Detective, if I were to have State's Exhibit 8 and that, would you be able to tell the date of the email?
Yes.
What is the date on that email?
October 30th, 2018.
And then Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 8P?
Those were also in the tub. Books written by Chad Daybell.
And then lastly, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 8Q?
That was a cell phone that was also found in the tub in the garage.
Were you able to look and get that cell phone at any time?
As far as forensically,
Yes.
I wouldn't be able to tell you unless I looked at the report.
Detective, we've been talking about this search on November 27th, correct?
Correct.
And at any time that day, did you locate JJ Bell?
No.
What was the next step in your investigation to find JJ?
Our next step was to talk to anybody that would take our phone calls. JJ was,
Judge, I'm going to object. This is again becoming a narrative.
Your Honor, he's still just answering the basic question.
Overruled without objection.
JJ was who we were looking for. And so we were exhausting every effort to find JJ. So we would call his siblings, family members, any family friends, anybody that might know whereabouts JJ.
So who were some of those family members that you spoke with?
We ended up speaking with Brandon Boudreaux, Melanie Boudreaux, JJ's brother, Colby Ryan. Gilbert Police ended up speaking with family members down there. That's who we spoke.
At any time during your investigation, did the scope of the search change into who you were looking for?
It did.
Why was that?
After we spoke with Colby Ryan, who is JJ's brother, he mentioned that he
Judge,
had,
I'm going to object. This is hearsay.
Sustained. Detective, at any time did the scope of your search change to include the search for Tiny Lane?
it did.
And so let's go back to your search very briefly on November 27th. Did you see Tiny Ryan at that apartment at any time?
No,
And during your intermittent surveillance you talked about in early November, had you seen Tiny Ryan?
no,
Did you ever meet Tyler Ryan?
no,
Did you become familiar with who she was through your investigation?
yes, we did.
How did you do that?
After speaking with Colby, our search encompassed JJ and Tyler.
You know, I'm going to ask the witness be handed states exhibit 5. I believe this comes in by stipulation.
It does. Judge, we've stipulated the admission from this exhibit. The council would be so kind as to repeat the exhibit number for me, please.
5.
Thank you.
All right, exhibit 5 has been offered and admitted. You can proceed, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Detective, do you recognize states exhibit 5?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a birth certificate issues out of the state of Texas.
Your Honor, may I publish that for the jury?
No objection.
Well, Detective, were you able to read that on the screen?
Yes,
You could point out with your pointer the name of the individual or who that birth certificate applies.
the name is Tylee Ashley Ryan.
And what was the date of her birth?
September 24th, 2002,
And where was she?
Travis County, Texas.
And just for purposes of the record, can you state who her father was?
Joseph Anthony Ryan Jr.,
And who was her mother?
Lori Noreen Cox.
Through your investigation, have you learned of Lori Vallow's maiden name?
Yes.
What was it? Cox. Okay. So Detective, you testified that at this point you were approximately when did the scope of your search widen to include Tylee Ryan?
It was after we spoke with Colby on December 11th, 2019. We entered JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan into what we call NCMEC, which is the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. So on December 11th, 2019, we entered both of those children as missing and endangered.
How does NCMEC work?
It's a center where
I'm going to object at this point on the foundation.
Mr. Wood, if there's any additional foundation or anything that hasn't been.
Okay. Can you restate again what the acronym NCMEC stands for?
National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
And is that associated with the government entity?
It is.
Do you know which entity?
I don't.
Have you ever used NCMEC before in your job as a detective?
Yes.
How have you used it before?
When we have missing children, we enter and call NCMEC, enter the information, it goes into the database.
Mr. Wood, for the record, could you indicate what that acronym is?
Yes, Your Honor, it's NCMEC. Thank you. If you'd like the detective, can you just state what that stands for again?
National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
Did you include any other law enforcement agencies in this search?
We did. After November 27th, we reached out for assistance from the FBI. We reached out through Fremont County. So we were in contact with Gilbert Police, Chandler Police, anywhere down there where JJ or Tylee lived or could possibly be at.
And did you ever try to contact Lori Daybell in regards to the whereabouts for children?
Absolutely.
How did you do that?
We tried contacting Lori by her cell phone. We also attempted to contact.
Well, let's talk about that real quick. Were you able to talk to her?
No, her cell phone was shut off.
Did you ever attempt to contact Chad Daybell in regards to the location of the children?
Yes, we did.
How did you do that?
We attempted to contact him through his cell phone.
And were you able to get in touch with him?
No, it was also shut off.
And at any time, did Lori Vallow ever call the Rexburg Police to report missing children?
Judge, objection. Foundation.
Response, Mr. Wood?
Your Honor, it's just a basic question that I think it's in line with the question we've been going through. I don't know additional foundation.
On foundation, it's overruled. What is the answer?
Did you ask that again, please?
Did Lori Vallow ever contact the Rexburg Police, to your knowledge, regarding missing children?
No, she didn't.
Did Chad Daybell ever contact the Rexburg Police regarding missing children?
I'll renew my objection, Judge. Knowledge, foundation.
It's overruled.
No, he didn't.
Detective, when you place the children in the NCMEC database. Do you receive tips from that?
Yes, we set up tip hotlines through NCMEC, also through the FBI and through the Rexburg Police Department. So anybody with any information on those two missing children would call any one of those numbers and provide us with any information.
And did you ever receive tips through NCMEC regarding J.J. Vallow, Tyler Ryan?
Yes, we did.
What would you do when you received those tips?
When we would receive the tips, we would assign it a tip number. And those tips were followed up on by detectives or other officers. So as soon as those tips came in, they were given a number and then assigned to an officer to take it follow.
And would those tips, when they come in, do they have a phone number associated with them?
A lot of times they did have a phone number. A lot of them were anonymous. They didn't want to get involved. So some of them had phone numbers where we could follow up, others didn't.
And if someone submits an anonymous tip through NCMEC, is there anything you can do to follow up on that?
It depends on the information they gave us, but we would follow up with any information that they had put on the tip.
And when a tip comes in with a phone number, would you call those individuals back?
Yes.
Did you ever alert the public that the children were missing?
We did. We held a press conference on November 20th, 2019. And alerted the public that we had two missing children in our area.
And after that press release came out, did you receive tips after that?
Yes, we did.
And did you follow up on those tips as well?
Yes, we did.
Did any of those tips ever lead you to finding J.J. Vallow?
No,
Did any of those tips lead you to finding Tyler Ryan?
no.
Detective, regarding Tyler Ryan and J.J. Vallow, are you aware if a child protection action was filed in Madison County regarding them?
Yes, it was.
Were you involved with that?
I was the one who wrote the affidavit.
And what was the purpose of that action?
Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what the officer's response is. I was the one who wrote the,
Wrote the affidavit.
And what was the purpose of that action?
Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what the officer's response is. I was the one who wrote the affidavit. Thank you.
You want me to ask you questions?
I will, I just letting the witness read the water.
Oh, shit.
Detective, what was the purpose of that affidavit?
To get Lori to produce her children to the Rexburg Police Department or the Department of Health.
And are you aware if there was an order issued in that child protection action?
There was.
What did it order?
It ordered Lori Vallow to produce her children within 5 days of being served at court record.
Detective, were you ever able to locate Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow?
Yes, we were.
How did you do that?
A few different ways. Some of the tips that came in gave us location in Kauai, also through cell phone data.
Judge, can I have some foundation as to the time, date, location?
All right, there's a foundational objection, Mr. Wood.
I'll just ask some more questions, Your Honor.
Very well.
Approximately when did you learn about the location of Chad and Lori?
Beginning of January of 2020.
And you stated earlier, but what kind of tips gave you that information?
Eyewitnesses that would call in that said they saw Lori and Chad on the island of Kauai,
And where is Kauai?
in Hawaii.
Did you ever write warrants, to aid or apply for warrants to aid you in finding Chad and Lori?
Yes.
What kind of warrants were those?
We wrote warrants for cell phone data, geofence location, a few different warrants through cell phone companies to assist us in finding Chad and Lori or their location.
And did any of the data you received from those help you locate them?
Yes, it did.
Detective, did you ever go to Kauai as part of your investigation?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do when did you get there?
I got to Kauai January 24th, 2020.
And once you got there, what was the purpose of going there?
We went there to aid and assist the Kauai Police Department in serving that court order to produce JJ Tyler to the Rexburg Police Department.
And did you see Chad and Lori Daybell in Kauai?
Yes, we did.
You mentioned assisting the Kauai Police Department in serving that order. Are you aware if Lori Daybell was served with that order?
Yeah, she was on January 25th, 2019. Correction, 2020.
While you were in Kauai, did you do anything else?
We observed the Kauai Police Department serve 2 search warrants. One on Chad and Lori's condo and the other on the rental vehicle.
Did you perform those searches as well, or just observe the Kauai Police Department do it?
No, we just observed and let them serve.
Do you recall where their condominium was located in Kauai?
I don't recall the physical address, but it was Princeville.
And is that a town or city in Kauai?
Yes.
When you observed the search of the residence they were living in Princeville, after the Kauai Police Department did their search, were you able to walk through that residence?
Yes, I was.
Alright. What did you observe at that residence?
Everything looked normal. It appeared 2 adults were living there. There were beach towels, 2 beach towels. Everything was in pairs. Food in the fridge, couches. Everything seemed ordinary.
Did you see JJ Ballard there?
No,
Did you see Tyler Ryan there?
no,
Did you see anything that would have indicated to you that a child was living there?
no, I didn't.
Did you observe anything that would have indicated to you that a teenager was living there?
No.
Detective, to your knowledge, did Lori Vallow ever produce her children to the Rexburg Police Department or the Department of Health and Welfare?
No, she didn't.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 6. Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 6?
Yes, I do.
What does it purport to be?
It's a photograph of Tyler Ryan.
Did you, as part of your search, did you look at Tyler Ryan's social media?
Yes, we did.
To your knowledge, was this image obtained from her social media?
It was taken from her Instagram account.
And so as part of your search, did you personally observe her Instagram account?
Yes, I did.
And did you personally observe this image on her Instagram?
Yes, I did.
Is this a true and accurate representation of what you observed on her Instagram?
Yes,
And also, as part of your investigation, did you see other pictures of Tylee Ryan?
yes, I did.
And is this individual, is that a true and accurate representation of Tylee Ryan?
Yes,
Your Honor, the state would move for State's Exhibit 6 to be entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Very well. Exhibit 6 has been offered and admitted without objection, so it's in the record and will be published if you wish, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you. Detective, is this the exhibit we were just speaking of?
yes, it is.
What was the username on the account that you found that picture in?
Tylee A. Ryan.
And this individual is the Tylee Ryan that you came to recognize through your search.
That's correct.
Detective, I want to ask you about the phrase proof of life. Are you familiar with that phrase?
I am.
As a detective, what does that mean to you?
Proof of life is any documentation, any video, photograph, anything that we can use to show the last time somebody was saw alive or seen alive.
Pursuant to your investigation, did you find a last known proof of life for Tylee Ryan?
Yes, I did.
How did you locate that?
That was taken from Lori Vallo's iCloud account.
And what, do you know which iCloud account it was taken from?
Lori for style at iCloud.com.
And what was the form of that proof of life?
It was a photograph of Tylee taken at West Yellowstone.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the state or the witness behind State's Exhibit 29A, 29B, and 13. And I believe these come in by way of stipulation.
All right. Defense me as well.
Judge, that's correct, no by way of stipulation.
All right. I'll just review those briefly and then. Have a quick sidebar with counsel.
Sure.
be submitted to the witness. And I will note that exhibits 29A and B and exhibit 13 are all admitted without objection. You can proceed, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Detective, would you look at State's Exhibit 13? What does that report to?
That is the photograph, taken from Warrior Styles, eye-copying. They testified to earlier with Tyler and West Dallas.
If I may publish?
Yes.
You can just identify the individuals in that photograph, Detective.
Sure. The little boy is J.J. Ballo. The Tyler Ryan's in the middle, and their uncle Alex Cox is on the right.
And as part of this exhibit, did it contain metadata?
Yes, it did.
And did the metadata in this well, can you describe to the jury what metadata is?
Sure. Metadata is like a time and date, it has a time and date stamp with the photograph that's taken. So it's just data associated with the photograph.
And this photo was accompanied by metadata?
That's correct.
And what date was this photograph taken?
September 8th, 2019 at 2:49 p.m.
And you testified earlier that this was in Yellowstone.
Yes,
How do you know that that's Yellowstone?
I've been there.
So you personally recognize that location?
Correct.
Detective, revisiting this idea of proof of life. Throughout your investigation, were you ever able to find photographs dated later than that of Tylee Ryan living?
No,
And can you describe just quickly where you found that photograph?
from the iCloud account associated with Bordeaux.
And I believe you already said it, but just for purposes of the record, what was the name of that iCloud?
Lord for Style at iCloud.com.
And how do you know that that account was associated with Lord Valley?
The information attached to it and also the photographs that were attached.
And when you say photographs, what type of photographs led you to believe that that was attached to Lord Valley?
Family photographs, Lori Vallo's photographs with her in the photos.
Detective, pursuant to your investigation, are you aware of a last known proof of life for J.J. Bell?
Yes, I am.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask this, the witness be handed State's Exhibit 14, which I believe also comes in by way of stipulation.
From our record, again, Mr. Wood, it's been stipulated to, and more than if there is. Is there an objection to the 14 minute?
No, Judge, it was entered by stipulation of parties.
Or 14 is admitted.
Detective, what is State's Exhibit 14?
That is a photograph of JJ sitting on a couch in what appears to be the front room of apartment 175.
And where did you locate this picture?
That was also on Warrior for Style, iCloud.com.
And you mentioned You believe you recognize the location. I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yes, it appears to be the front room, seemed to have a couch that was found in Morgalla's apartment, apartment 175.
And did this picture have, well, may I publish it for the jury on? Can you just describe to the jury what you observed in state's exhibit 2?
That's J.J. Vallow sitting on the couch in red pajamas.
And did this picture, was this picture accompanied by metadata?
It was,
Is this the metadata that accompanied that picture?
yes.
Can you, what was the date of that picture?
September 22nd, 2019,
Did you know what time of day it was taken?
11:46 a.m.
And just to clarify, what iCloud account was that picture taken from?
Also, Lori for style, I thought that.
So Detective, you testified earlier that, well, you testified earlier that an order was served on Lori Vallow to produce her children.
Correct.
And I believe you already testified that she did not produce her children.
Correct.
What was the next step in your investigation after that?
Our next step in that investigation was to reach out to anybody that would possibly know where JJ was.
Who would you reach out to?
We reached out to family, the FBI, other agencies, anybody that would take our calls, tips that were coming in.
Detective, while you were doing this investigation, were you aware of any investigation in Fremont County regarding Tammy Daybell?
Yes,
And what did you know? Were you a part of that investigation?
I was a part of it, but my focus was mainly JJ and Tyler.
And what was the investigation in Fremont County regarding?
A suspicious death involving the defendant Daybell's wife.
And as part of your investigation, did you know when she had died?
Yes,
When was that?
October 19th of 2019.
You testified that your primary focus was locating Tylee and JJ, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, we just have a very brief sidebar. So,
Yes.
All right, we're back on the record after our mid-afternoon break. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue the examination of the witness, and I'll remind the witness, of course, you're still under oath. Mr. Wood.
thank you. And I need to just take up a couple of issues for clarification of the record. Detective, you spoke earlier about searching Lori Vallow's residence.
Correct.
And yeah, you stated the address. What city was that address located in?
Rexburg.
And what state is Rexburg in?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Detective, as part of your investigation, did you ever help execute a search warrant on Chad Daybell's residence?
I did. I executed a couple of warrants.
Okay. When was the first one?
January 3rd of 2020.
And Chad Daybell's residence, what county is that located?
Madison County.
is what, so what's his address?
202 North, 1900 East.
And is that, and what city is it listed as?
It's listed as Rexburg. It's actually in Fremont County, but it's listed correct.
Okay, so just to be clear, did you just misspeak when you said it was in that
I
city?
did. I mean, say it correct.
Okay, and it's what county?
Fremont County.
All right, thank you. And you testified that you did a search there on January 3rd.
Correct.
Was that search in aid of another investigative agency?
It was
Which agency was that?
Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
And do you recall what the purpose of that search was for?
I don't recall what the probable cause or the reason for the search was at that time.
So you didn't write the affidavit.
So,
Did you have any other occasion where you served a search warrant on Chad Daybell's residence?
yes, June 9th, 2020.
When you served that warrant on June 9th, 2020, what time did you arrive at Chad Daybell's residence?
Roughly about 7 in the morning.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 10A. Detective, are you familiar with State's Exhibit 10A?
Yes, I am.
What does it purport to be?
It's a aerial image taken from Google Earth of the defendant Daybell's property.
So, do you know who prepared that image?
I did.
Right. But you didn't take the picture
No.
because it's a satellite photo, correct?
Correct.
Have you been, I believe you testified you have been to Chad Daybell's residence.
Yes.
Have you walked around the grounds of Chad Daybell's residence?
Yes.
And have you been inside his home?
I have.
Are you familiar with the landmarks of that residence in the yard?
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with, you're familiar with the general layout of the yard and what's located in it?
That's correct.
And is this image an accurate representation of Chad Daybell's residence?
Yes.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes only, the state moves to admit Exhibit 10A.
Any objection?
Objection, 1 year and 8 objection.
Right.
Now, sir, approximately how much property are we talking about?
I couldn't tell you the amount of property.
And the prosecuting attorney mentioned the yard. Now, I believe the yard usually means where there's grass. So you're familiar with what's on the grass, is that right?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, and I'll represent to you that there's about 4.5 acres out there. Does that sound close to me?
Okay.
Okay. And I'll represent to you that there's an area that's known as the yard, that's a lawn area, and you would go with a lawnmower. Are you following me?
Your Honor, this is testimonial.
Yeah, Judge, he says that he's familiar with the yard.
Well, I understand. I think we're going into cross-examination now, which will be permitted. The question is on an issue of foundation or other objection, whether or not the exhibit is admitted. So, Mr. Pryor, what would be the foundational objection?
He hasn't testified, Judge, that he's familiar with pasture, 3.5, 4 acres of property that go beyond the yard.
All right, response, Mr. Wood?
I think the question was adequate.
All right, based on foundation and with the testimony of the witness about his knowledge of his property, court will overrule the foundation objection, allow the exhibit 10A to be admitted, and you can go into those issues by cross, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you. Thank you. Your Honor, I'll publish that shortly. Detective, so you testified that you executed a search warrant on June 9th, 2020.
Correct.
What time of the day did you arrive at Chad Daybell's residence?
Roughly 7 in the morning.
And was it only the Rexburg Police or were there other agencies involved?
At that time, there was Fremont County and Rexburg City Police that went to his house at 7.
And did any other agencies help you that day on that search?
They did.
Who were they?
The FBI ERT team, which is the evidence recovery team, the Attorney General's office, Fremont County. I believe that's it.
Okay. And you testified you got there about 7 o'clock.
Yes.
When you first arrived, who was with
Mr.
you?
Wood, I do apologize. Could I have a quick sidebar with counsel? I'd like to discuss this exhibit briefly. All right, Mr. Wood, apologies for the court's interruption, discussing that last exhibit. You can continue with your direct examination of the witness.
Your Honor, could I have the court reporter read back the last question I asked?
It's kind of a half question. When you first arrived, who was, the question before that was, and you testified you got there about 7 o'clock, answer yes.
That's right. Thank you. Yeah, proceed.
Yes.
Detective, when you arrived around 7 o'clock, who was with you at that time?
There was myself, Lieutenant Ron Ball at the time, Detective Kai Kamani, and Detective Bruce Madigan, and also Detective Dave Stubbs.
All right. So can you go back to those individuals and say where they, who they were employed by real quick?
Lieutenant Ron Ball with Rexburg Police, Detective Stubbs is also with Rexburg Police. Detective Kai Kamani and Madigan are both with Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
And just for clarity of the record, is Detective Ball still with the Rexburg Police?
No.
Okay, and what organization is he with now?
Madison County Sheriff's Office.
And Detective Kai Kamani, was he still with Fremont County?
No, he's also with Madison County Sheriff's Office.
All right, that's just clarity, thank you. So when you got there, what did you do?
Initially, we knocked on the front door. We made contact with Mark Daybell, who's the defendant Daybell's son. He answered the door. He was eating a bowl of cereal. It was early in the morning. We informed Mark of why we were there and that we needed to speak with his dad. He stated his dad was still asleep, and we showed him a copy of the warrant, and he proceeded to let us in and show us where his father was.
And did you make contact with Mr. Daybell that morning?
We did. He showed us that he was sleeping in bedroom above a loft, above the garage. So we walked up the stairs, just a few of us. Detective Kakamani and Maddie stayed back. We informed Chad that we were there and needed to speak with him. He was still asleep. He asked if we could get some clothes on. We allowed him to do that and he came downstairs with us.
And did you provide a copy of the warrant to Mr. Daybell?
We did.
And what happened next?
Mr. Daybell asked to speak with his attorney. We were standing in the kitchen area. He had a seat in the kitchen. And his attorney at the time was Mark Means. So we allowed him to speak with his attorney. At that time, Mr. Means wanted to speak with one of the investigators.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point.
That's fine, Your Honor. We'll stop that. Very well. After Mr. Daybell spoke with his attorney, what was the next step in your portion of the investigation?
I allowed Mr. Daybell to sit in the front room. He sat on his recliner closest to the door. His children sat on the couch in the same room. I gave Mr. Daybell a copy of the warrant, and he read through the search warrant while sitting in his recliner. He asked if he needed to leave the residence while we conducted business. We informed Mr. Daybell he didn't need to leave the residence, but if he chose to stay, he would be accompanied by an officer just for safety purposes.
After you had that conversation, what did you do?
Mr. Daybell asked if he could make a phone call. And at that point, he was allowed to go outside and make a phone call.
And where did you go?
I went outside with him.
And what did you do after that?
Mr. Daybell wanted to sit in the vehicle that was parked backed in on the west side of the house. There's a west driveway. So I allowed him to sit inside the vehicle, windows rolled up, and make a phone call. I stood in the grass area close to the vehicle.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to ask to publish State's Exhibit 10A.
You may.
Detective, do you have that pointer?
Yes, I do.
Can you point out the, where the front door of Mr. Daybell's residence is? In that image, or where it would locate?
There's two doors. I don't know which one Mr. Daybell used as a front door. I can tell you there's a door right here and a door on the back side. So Mr. Daybell was roughly, that's not the vehicle he was in, but it's roughly parked in the same area. And I was standing here in the grassy area.
Earlier, there was some talk about the yard or the grassy area. Can you just outline for the jury where, I'm gonna call it the grass area of the yard is located on that image?
The grass area is right through here.
And is that a driveway behind the house as well?
Yes, there's a driveway here.
And to the just east of that, what is that? Is that grass as well?
There was grass here. There's like a little shop area. There's a shed here. And then this is, I guess you would call it pasture area.
Did you observe any livestock there?
No.
Detective, you testified, if you can show again where Mr. Daybell was and where you were in relation to him when he went outside and made the phone call.
So Mr. Daybell was sitting in a vehicle fairly close to this location. He was sitting in the driver's seat. He was backed in. I was standing here just observing Mr. Daybell make the phone call.
And did you observe his behavior while he was making that phone call?
I did.
What was the nature of his behavior? What was he doing?
Initially, he was just on the phone, and I was watching him. But as the call progressed, he had the phone in his right hand and was intently looking over his right shoulder. And so I found it odd. I wanted to see what he was looking at. So I maneuvered myself to see what he was so intently looking at.
And when you did that, did you attempt to orient yourself so that you would be looking in the same direction you perceived him looking at?
That's correct.
What did you see when you did that?
So with the vehicle backed up here, he was looking over his right shoulder in this direction. I stood over here, kind of in front towards the roadway to see exactly what he was looking at. And when I looked that way, I saw this area, this pond area.
Now, let's look at that pond real quick. If you can just kind of run the pointer around it so the jury's sure where it is.
Right here.
And
There's a tree right here,
thank you.
and then a pond.
And when, at the time, you noticed Mr. Daybell looking over there, was there any activity going on over there?
There was. So like I testified, we got there about 7 o'clock. When we made contact with Mr. Daybell and the scene was secure, we radioed for the other units that were staged about 1.5 miles down the road that they can come start marking things off in the search warrant. So as time passed, Mr. Daybell was reading the warrant on his recliner. While he was doing that, there were ERT members and other officers that started marking off different sections in the backyard that we wanted to search.
Now, Detective, just for clarity of the record and for the jury, I believe you defined ERT earlier, but can you tell the jury again what ERT is?
Evidence recovery team
And who are they associated with?
with the FBI.
Now, Detective, were you the lead of executing the search warrant that day?
I wasn't in charge of the search warrant.
So, and if just for clarity again, what did you see when you looked in the direction you thought Mr. Daybell was looking at? Or I guess what activity did you see?
There were some ERT members marking off a section under this tree, right next to on the east side of the pond area, so right in this general location.
What did you do next in your part of the search that day?
I was tasked with going into the backyard and sifting through what we determined was a fire pit.
Can you show the jury on that map or on that picture where the fire pit is located? And you said,
I apologize, but for the record, would you have the witness please reference where that pointer just went somehow, so there's an oral representation?
yes, detective, if you can point there again and describe what it is you're pointing at, where it is you're pointing.
The fire pit area, which there's like a little tree here. It's just to the north of the tree.
Yes,
Is that adequate, Your Honor?
it is.
So you said you went north of the fire pit. Exactly what did you do?
So a few of us were tasked with getting dirt and anything that was in the fire pit and putting it through a sifter. So that's originally what I was tasked to do by the team leader of the ERT team.
About approximately what time were you doing that?
I'd say roughly probably 9 of them that one.
Who was the team leader of the ERT team?
His name is Steve Daniels.
And how long did you sit in the fire pit?
I would say probably 35, 45 minutes.
And so when you sifted, what kind of tool did you use to do that?
It was a wooden sifter. We would scoop shovels full and put it in the sifter, have wooden handles, you would just shake back and forth. And any larger debris would stay on the top of the wire screen.
And did you find anything of interest while you were sifting through the fire pit area?
Not at that time, no.
Did you move to another area of the search?
I did.
When approximately did you do that?
You asked for a time,
Approximately, yes.
probably 10-ish maybe.
And why did you move?
There were ERT members and some other members of law enforcement that had marked off a place under this tree next to the pond. They had called and wanted some other people over there to help with that area, so I left the fire pit area and responded to this section right here next to the tree and concrete.
And what did you observe when you got over there?
I observed ERT marking off, they had already marked off probably a 6x6 section. The best way I can describe it is there was taller shrubs in the middle of the 6x6 section. It looked like there was just a little bit of grass, probably the length of sod, and some dirt protruding through the grass, but there were no taller shrubs like on the outside of the section.
What happened next?
The ERT team began excavating that site. They removed a top layer of soil, took off the shrub and the top level of dirt.
And what did you see under that?
At that point, you could see what appeared to be 3 large white rocks. And as soon as they did that, we could start to smell the odor that, through my training experience as a decomposing body.
Let's talk about that. Have you, on other occasions through your work, smelled the decomposing body?
Unfortunately, yes, I have.
And is there a distinctive smell to you that you associate with that?
There is.
And it's your testimony that as that first layer of ground was lifted off, you began to smell that.
That's correct.
What did you observe next?
After they slowly and methodically dug around the white rocks, they were removed. ERT took pictures and measurements. They continued to dig down. Right below the layer of rocks were 2 pieces of thin wood paneling. Just right below the rocks.
Were you still able to smell that smell you had described?
Yes, as they dug down, it got stronger.
Were those boards removed?
They were.
What did you observe after that?
So after the boards were removed, you could see the discoloration of dirt. So you had dry dirt, and then underneath the boards was like a wet, moist type dirt. So it was pretty obvious there, the distinction between the soil.
Then what happened?
They continued to brush away the wet soil. And at that point, you could start to see a black round object start to protrude through the dirt.
And describe that object. About what size was it?
Initially, it just looked like a littler black round object. They dug down further carefully and it appeared to take shape of the crown of a human head.
What did you do after that, or what did you observe once that was uncovered?
So once the black round object was uncovered, at that point, the ERT team leader, Steve Daniels, got a small, sharp instrument and made a slit in the black plastic. He kind of opened that up just a little bit, not to damage or manipulate any of the evidence. But underneath the black plastic was another white layer of plastic. So he used that same instrument and got a slit down the white plastic and kind of opened it up. And at that point, it looked to be brown human hair.
After that was discovered, what happened next?
As soon as that was discovered, we received information on the radio that the defendant Daybell was leaving his daughter's residence, which was catty corner to his residence, at a high rate of speed. And at that point, Mr. Daybell was pulled over and subsequently placed in custody.
Did you go back to the site where what appeared to be a human head was located?
I did. When I got back to what we ended up calling burial site, they continued to excavate around that black plastic. And after they excavated and took the dirt off the plastic, it revealed what appeared to be a small body wrapped in black plastic with duct tape around it.
Thank you. Your Honor, I know the time.
Yes.
This would be a good place to stop for the day.
Detective Hermosillo was sworn in yesterday. I'll remind you, you are still under oath for your testimony today. And to confirm, not being the state's case agent, I just want to confirm that you didn't review any, well, you're the first witness, so we don't need to do that on this particular witness. So, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to just inquire on further direct, you can do that at this time.
All right, thank you. Morning, Detective. Detective, when we finished off yesterday, we were discussing what you had found or what you had observed at a burial site, and just for purposes of the jury, what site were you at when you found the body you were speaking of yesterday?
We were at the site that we deemed JJ's burial site.
And where, Your Honor, if I could be given State's Exhibit 10A. And if I may publish that?
Yes, it's admitted, correct?
Yes.
So,
Detective, if you could, just for purposes of clarification with a pointer, point out the location you were speaking of.
It's the burial site on the other side of this pond, just underneath this tree.
Okay. Now, you call it a pond, when you were out there on June 9th, was there water in it?
No, there wasn't.
And again, just to clarify, when we had left off your testimony yesterday, is it correct that you had, what you observed was what appeared to be a small body wrapped up in a black plastic bag?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibits 10B through 10M. Detective, can you review those exhibits and let me know when you got a chance to? Detective, do you recognize state's exhibits 10B through 10M?
Yes.
What do they purport to be?
Photographs, there's a photograph of the west side of the defendant Daybell's residence. And photographs of the backyard.
And do you know when these photographs were taken?
On June 9th, 2020.
Were you the photographer?
No,
But you were on the property that day.
that's correct.
And were you able to observe each of the areas that are photographed in these exhibits?
Yes,
You saw them with your own eyes.
yes,
And are these true and accurate representations of what you observed on June 9th, 2020?
yes.
Your Honor, I move for admission of state's exhibits 10B through 10M.
Any objection?
Judge, just to,
Into the microphone, please, Mr. Pryor.
I'm sorry, Judge. Judge, just one here on 10B if I could. Otherwise, I'm fine with the rest of the exhibits.
Okay, so let's do that then. So 10C through 10M have been offered, are admitted, and Mr. Pryor, you can board there on 10B.
And officer, you're looking at 10B, is that right?
Yes,
For
sir.
now.
Yes,
And the vehicle that's parked in 10B, is that the vehicle that was, the position of the vehicle at the time that you testified about Mr. Daybell?
that's not the vehicle that Mr. Daybell was in. That one.
Okay, do you know what vehicle that is?
The driveway looks like a Subaru.
Okay, is that the driveway that you're making reference to?
That's correct.
So in other words, somebody else's vehicle is there, we don't know whose vehicle that is,
It's not the one that Mr. Daybell was in.
but you don't know whose vehicle that is.
I don't know whose vehicle that is.
You don't know when the vehicle was put there.
No, sir.
You don't know who the owner of the vehicle is.
That's correct.
I would object, Judge, on foundation.
All right, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective. So you don't know whose vehicle that is, correct?
Correct.
But you were still there that day. Okay. Do you recognize this as Mr. Daybell's residence?
Yes, I do.
And this is a true and accurate representation of Mr. Daybell's residence.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I think significant or sufficient foundation has been laid.
All right,
Judge, I just make a record that I'm objecting also on the basis of relevance. It looks like it's a picture of a vehicle in the driveway.
okay. Well, the picture shows many things, including a vehicle. I'll allow the state to have this admitted, and sufficient foundation's been established, so 10B is admitted as well as the others.
Detective, if you will, or Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 10B?
That is the west side of the Daybell residence. When I testified earlier to coming out and standing in the lawn area, that's not the vehicle that Mr. Daybell was in, but it was similarly parked that way, backed in. And that's the driveway he was sitting in when I was observing him look over his right shoulder toward the pond area.
Detective, do you have the pointer with you? Can you point to where you were standing when you initially observed Mr. Daybell's behavior?
I was standing here in this area.
And then you said that you positioned yourself so that you could see what you thought he was looking at.
That's correct.
Where did you go then?
I stood more towards the driveway area. The vehicle that Mr. Daybell was in was up further this way. It wasn't backed in as far as this vehicle in the photograph.
And just to clarify, is that when you looked back and saw the activity under what became the first burial site?
Well, I was looking forward at that time. I was facing this direction. And I aligned myself with Mr. Daybell, who was up here more, and he was looking towards this area here.
Okay. Now, can you see the first burial site from where you're, from that location?
Yes, it's the tree I spoke about earlier. This is the tree where JJ was buried underneath. This right here is the pond. You can see just a little bit more taller shrubs around the top of the pond area. But this is the tree that JJ was buried underneath.
So is it fair to say that even from the front or the middle of Mr. Daybell's front yard, you can see that location easily?
That's correct.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit C, 10C?
When I testified, I was tasked with sifting through the fire pit. This is what we deemed the fire pit. It had burnt tree limbs. There was various little pieces of trash. It was in the middle of round cinder blocks. So that's what we deemed the fire pit as.
And the way it appears in that image, that's the way you found it that day.
Correct. It was that morning, yes.
And what do you observe in State's Exhibit 10D?
This is just north of the driveway that Mr. Daybell was sitting in, looking in the same direction. So we're standing on the west side looking east. And that is the tree. And then here's the pond area right here.
Jacob, I'm going to put up State's Exhibit 10A again, and if you can point to the approximate location of where this picture was taken from.
So that last photograph was taken from this area right here.
And so it's fair to say from that location, you can easily see burial site number 1.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. There's been some leading questions. Continues.
I'll sustain that last question, Liddy.
Right. From that perspective, what were you able to observe?
Burial site number 1, JJ's burial site.
Was it difficult for you to observe it from that location?
The actual grave site on the ground, yes, from that location, but where the tree and the pond are, no, it wasn't difficult.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 10E?
So when I testified earlier about the difference in length of grass and shrubs in that 6x6 section that was marked off next to the pond, this is what I'm referring to. If you look close, you can see there's smaller grass and dirt protruding right here. This is probably a little bit difficult to see. There's probably a better photograph. But this is longer shrubs through here, and then in here was like the length of sod and some dirt where there was nothing growing.
And when yesterday you testified being called over to burial site 1, is that what it looked like when you got over there?
That's correct.
Detective, can you describe to the jury what you saw in State's Exhibit 10F?
So when I spoke about ERT removing the topsoil and the top level of shrubs, this is what I was speaking about, and you can start to see the three large white rocks I was talking about earlier starting to come through the dirt.
You testified yesterday about a smell. Was this the same time that you began to smell what you described yesterday?
Yes, as soon as they remove this and the topsoil, that's when I instantly can smell the smell of a decomposing body.
Detective, can you tell the jury what you saw in State's Exhibit 10? Or I'm sorry, 10G.
So as the ERT team methodically removed the soil around the white rocks and dug down just a little bit deeper, this is what we saw. You can start to see there was a smaller rock, but the three large white rocks started to show through clearly. When I testify that there was thin wood paneling underneath the white rocks, you can start to see the edge of that piece of wood paneling underneath the rocks. We also noticed that there were roots cut that the ERT team didn't cut. They were already pre-cut. Some of the roots are fairly thick, so that was something we observed as well in that burial site.
Detective, can you describe to the jury what you saw in State's Exhibit 10H?
After the ERT team removed the white rocks, this is the two pieces of wood paneling that were underneath.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 10I?
I spoke earlier about the distinction in soil. Some of the soil looked wet or moist, some of it looked dry. Excuse me. What you're looking at here is once we remove the wood paneling, this is what was underneath, and you can start to see the distinction through here of the wet soil. And up here is just the dry soil. So the rocks and the paneling were all through here. So that was the other thing that we observed. And as we took the paneling off, the odor began to become a lot stronger. So we knew we were at the right spot.
Your Honor, I apologize for any delay. I wonder if we could just have a very brief sidebar regarding the removal.
Mr. Wood, you can continue.
Thank you. Detective, can you explain to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 10J?
So once we started removing the wet soil, and I testified earlier to a black round object protruding through the dirt, this is what we started to see. It appeared to be like tight wrapped black plastic. It wasn't very too far underneath. It's fairly shallow, but that's what we started to see. And I talked about what appeared to be the crown of a human head.
Can you describe what you saw in State's Exhibit 10K?
So once that appeared, the ERT team leader, Steve Daniels, used a small, sharp instrument. And I testified that he made a slit through the black plastic. And you can see the black plastic kind of peeled away on the top of the head. And then I testified there was a white piece of plastic underneath. And this is the white piece of plastic here. He made a slit in the white plastic. And when he did that, you can see what appeared to be brown human hair. Some of the hair kind of came out with the sharp instrument, and that's the hair you can see on top of the white plastic. But that's what you're looking at there.
Can you tell the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 10L?
Once the ERT team continued excavating, they removed all the soil on top of this small body that was wrapped in completely black plastic. I testified that it appeared to take the shape of a small body in black plastic. And this is what we saw here. It's probably a 4x2 grave, and I'm guessing at those measurements. But it started to take the shape of a small body, and then it had different pieces of duct tape throughout the black plastic on top.
What did you observe in State's Exhibit 10M?
Once we lifted JJ out of the ground, there was still wet soil underneath where he was laying. And that's body decomposition. The body had begun to break down. So that's what the wet soil is through here. Again, you can see the roots that were cut to be able to put him in this location.
Detective, once that body was recovered, what did you do? And to clarify that question, once that body was taken out of the ground, what did you do?
I assisted the coroner and a few other officers in placing JJ in a body bag, black body bag. Coroner locked the body bag for evidence. We then put it in the back of the coroner's vehicle. The coroner and a Fremont County deputy drove the vehicle up to the morgue, and myself and Lieutenant Rockwell followed behind that vehicle. Once we were at the morgue, JJ was placed in the morgue, and then we returned back to the Daybell residence.
Do you recall who the Fremont County coroner was?
Brenda Dye.
And do you recall what other officers traveled with you to the hospital?
In my vehicle was just Lieutenant Ron Ball. With the coroner, Brenda Dye, I believe it was Detective Kaiserman.
And just for clarification, you had said this already, I apologize, but what hospital did you take them to?
Madison Memorial Hospital
And where is that located?
in the city of Rexburg.
Once you finished that task, what was the next step for your investigation method?
We returned back to the Daybell residence. As we got there, we were told that they had possibly,
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. There's some hearsay.
I'll ask another question. Without telling the jury what anyone told you, what did you do when you got back to the residence?
we assisted in a second burial site.
And when you got back to the residence, did you observe another burial site being looked at?
I did.
Where was that located?
So through the course of our investigation, we learned that the Daybell family had deemed a section of the backyard as what they referred to as a pet cemetery. And we knew through talking to family members that the pet cemetery had a little black dog statue next to a post that kind of signified where the pet cemetery was. And so when I returned back from dropping JJ off at the morgue, I observed ERT digging in the pet cemetery area.
And did you aid in that excavation?
I did.
What did you personally do?
ERT began taking off top layers of soil in this specific area in the pet cemetery. Once they began to again see wet soil start to protrude through the dry soil, they slowed down, and we got on our hands and knees and began excavating that by hand.
And by hand, did you use tools to do that?
We did. They had small tools that we could use, trowels, like paintbrushes, things of that nature.
Approximately what time of day was this?
Say it was afternoon.
And approximately how many people were there with you using hand tools?
There was only a few of us at a time that could work because of the area, but also because of the smell. We had to take turns digging because we were on our hands and knees and the smell was so bad that you could only work for a few minutes before somebody else had to take turns, get on their hands and knees and start digging by hand.
And you said the smell, what did it smell like?
Decomposing body.
How long did you aid in that excavation using the hand tools?
Hours, probably hours.
And did you find anything?
We did. We ended up digging down and started to uncover burnt pieces of flesh, charred bone, fatty tissue. Just, and I apologize for the lack of better words, but globs of burnt flesh starting to protrude through the dirt.
And once you found that, how long did you keep working that site that day?
We worked probably until probably 4-ish in the afternoon.
And you mentioned ERT, were they working there alongside you?
They were, there was also other areas being excavated as well, the fire pit still. So everybody was kind of tasked with something different at that point. And once we started getting down a little bit more in Tylee's burial site, we assumed it was Tylee, we could start to see the top of what appeared to be something plastic and green. And at that point, the ERT team leader, Steve Daniels, decided we were done for the evening.
When you were done for the evening, what happened?
We had Fremont County Sheriff's Office, the Madison County Fire Department, bring in 2 large light trucks to illuminate the crime scene. The crime scene was taped off. We had officers from Rexburg City Police, deputies from Fremont County Sheriff's Office that remained on scene all night long, walking the perimeter to make sure that the scene wasn't compromised. And it was well illuminated.
And did you return the next day?
Yes, we did.
And when you returned the next day, who else returned?
Everybody that was there the previous day.
So ERT came back
That's correct, yes.
and other members of the FBI,
Yes,
Fremont County officers,
yes.
Rexburg police officers.
Correct.
And I believe you testified earlier that there were some attorney general investigators there as well.
Yes,
And they were all there that second day.
that's correct.
Approximately what time did you arrive that second day?
We started fairly early. It was approximately 7 in the morning.
And what did you start doing when you got there on the second day?
I went back to Tylee's burial site. We had put up canopies to keep sunlight and wind. There was media, helicopters flying overhead, so we wanted to keep the scene from being compromised as much as we possibly could. And at that point, we got back down on our hands and knees and began digging again with those same little tools to get down to see what exactly we were going to take out of the ground at that point.
All right. And so and then what happened next? Did you continue to do that work?
Like I said, we would take turns digging because the smell was so bad. And we would just keep excavating slowly around this green object that started to come through the dirt the first day. So it started to take a shape, a roundish shape, when we began digging down and methodically removing dirt. And at that point, we could start to see what appeared to be the shape of a green melted bucket that appeared to have the remains of, we assume, were Tylee that were charred and burned inside it.
And were you there for the excavation of that bucket?
Yes.
How did that happen?
Once we got down to what we thought was the bottom of the disformed bucket, we observed part of a human skull underneath the bucket. There were some teeth that we ended up excavating from underneath. At that point, the goal was to lift that out of the ground. And so there was we made kind of a little hole around it to try to get underneath. So we put tarps out. Like I said, the goal was to try to lift it completely out without manipulating it in any way. But when we tried to do that, when we lifted it, it all broke apart because there was nothing holding it together. So at that point, we had to go back in and remove all the pieces of the charred flesh and burnt bone and organs and pieces of tiley that put onto the tarp.
And while you were doing that, you talked about the smell of it. Was that still present?
Yes, very much so. Strong odor, yes.
Were you able to observe the lack of a better word, total removal of that green bucket and its contents from that excavation site?
We were able to lift everything out at that point. We put it on the blue tarp. There were photographs taken, measurements taken by ERT. Once that was completed, we dug down even further to make sure we didn't miss anything. Once we figured out everything was out of the ground, that tarp and those and Tyler's remains were then put into a body bag. And the coroner again blocked the body bag for evidence purposes. And Tyler was also transported to the morgue.
And did you follow along when Tyler was transferred to the morgue like you did in JJ?
We did. We followed in the same manner. Myself and Lieutenant Ball. Once Tyler was placed in the morgue, we returned back to the Daybell residence.
Your Honor, I'm going to be asked that the witness be handed State's Exhibits 11A through 11G.
And Judge, for the record, I've previously reviewed these and I would object to admission of these as exhibits.
All right, exhibits 11A through 11G are admitted without objection. This time, as we get into this evidence, I'm going to announce that because of the graphic nature of some of this evidence, I'm not going to be showing this on the court's live stream, nor to the general public in the courtroom. The jurors will be viewing the evidence as well as the parties are permitted to see that. In addition, the court will provide an opportunity for any victims that wish to see the evidence in a private setting to view it as it's now been admitted into the record. But we made arrangements to not display this to the general public. And so, Mr. Wood, with these exhibits, that's how we'll proceed. And we will not include that on the live stream, but you can discuss it on the record in open public with the witness.
Detective, can you review that exhibit, those exhibits? And Your Honor, I understand these are already admitted. I am still ask a few foundational questions just to establish knowledge.
Very well.
For the record. Detective, what does states exhibit 11 report to be? And its subparts?
Photograph of pet cemetery and photographs of Kylie as we took her out of the ground in her burial site.
And were these photographs taken on June 9th and 10th?
That's correct, yes.
And were you on the scene that day when those photographs were taken?
Yes,
Are they true and accurate representations of what you saw?
yes,
Your Honor, those exhibits having been admitted, I'd ask to publish.
You can do both.
Detective, before I publish that, I'm going to place State's Exhibit 10A up again. And can you point to the general location of what you've described as the pet cemetery?
right here.
So can you have on the record and explain where it's pointing?
Yes, Detective, will you explain where you're pointing?
It's just east of this shop area and just north of the fire pit. So it's right through here.
And Your Honor, I do think that the state's first picture under State's Exhibit 11 is okay for public consumption.
It is. I just wanted to make sure our system was working as well, that exhibit 11A is fine.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 11A?
This is where we began excavating briefly. As you can see in this photograph, there's a small black dog statue next to the post. So that's where we had learned this was the pet cemetery area through talking to family members. And then there's just some tarps laid out for some of the soil. You can see in the back the markers that had been distinguished and laid out by ERT for the fire pit area that I had talked about earlier.
And Your Honor, I think at this point it's appropriate to turn to public access.
I agree.
Detective, Your Honor, I'm at a bit of I have no idea if this is, I can't see if this, well, I'll ask, Detective, can you see that image in your monitor?
Yes,
Can you see most of it?
yes.
Can you describe for the jury what's been marked as State's Exhibit 11B? What did you observe there?
Can I see? Okay. Is there a way I can use the pointer?
I have a suggestion also, Mr. Wood, just because I understand what you're doing to try to line that up since you can't see the monitor. Do you want to set a notepad or something on there and get it oriented that you could set on top of that just so that it's lined up?
And if I could have the screen for one moment, thank you. You remember that suggestion? Okay. Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 11B?
It's hard to describe without wonder, but I'll do my best. In the middle of that photograph, you can start to see the different color and the changes in the soil from dry to a wet, moist dirt. You can start to see to the left just a little bit of that area. You can see the white piece sticking out and it's burnt on top, and that's charred bone that's starting to stick out, and all the little pieces next to it are pieces of burnt flesh, tissue. What we later determined were organs that were all kind of, that's the top of what was inside the bucket. So that's what we first started to see when we started to excavate.
And at this point, were you still using the hand tools?
Yes.
You explain for the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 11C.
So as we started to excavate down further, some of the top of the mass of burnt flesh wasn't really attached to anything. And so when we would start to dig away towards the sides, it would kind of come apart. It wasn't part of that original mass. And so what you're looking at on this blue tarp is burnt flesh still attached to some bone. The upper left part of that section that you're looking at is part of a hip bone that still has burnt flesh attached to it, and dirt and just fatty burnt tissue.
You described for the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 11D.
So when I talked about it started to take a roundish shape, this is what I'm referring to. And we dug around the sides of it, trying to get to the bottom, because like I said, the goal was to get underneath, have 3 or 4 guys in there and just lift it onto the tarp. So that's what you're looking at in this photograph, is just the burnt flesh. It's still just kind of inside that book.
And Judge, could we approach for a sidebar, please?
Yes.
And that's part of a human skull just to the right of that, the green bucket. There were teeth there in the dirt as well. But that's what you're looking at, just a close up of the bottom of it.
Detective, what, can you explain for the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 11 as?
So once we removed that mass and put it on the blue tarp, there was still some wet soil underneath. So we dug down even further to make sure that we had excavated everything we needed. And so what you're looking at, you can see the tarps in the background we had put up. You can see some of the hand tools that we used just to the right of that hole. But that's what you're looking at, is just after we got that mass out, the wet soil.
Detective, what did you observe in State's Exhibit 11G?
So these were part of a Tiley that kind of broke apart when we tried to lift it out of the ground. There's pieces of charred bone. There's parts of a skull on the bottom left, covered in dirt, and there's still burnt, rotting flesh still attached to the bone. So that's what you're looking at that one. These were the pieces that broke off.
Detective, I believe you testified that you assisted in transferring those remains to Madison County to the hospital, correct?
Correct. I followed behind the coroner.
Was Lieutenant Ball with you again?
He was.
Once you got up to the hospital, what did you do?
We observed the Fremont County coroner, Brenda Dye, transfer Tiley's remains into the morgue. The morgue was unlocked, but there was evidence they put up. And at that point, myself and Lieutenant Ball went back to the defendant Daybell's residence.
And what did you do once you got back there?
We assisted and made sure there were no other burial sites or anything that the ERT team needed assistance with. At that point, we decided that we were going to take JJ and Tiley to the Ada County Coroner's office to have an autopsy performed. So roughly 4 p.m. on June 10th, 2020, it was decided that we were going to follow the county coroner with the remains of JJ and Tiley to the Ada County Coroner's office for an autopsy the next morning.
And when did you arrive in Ada County, approximately?
Approximately 8 or 9 in the evening on June 10th.
And what did you do once you got there?
We went directly to the coroner's office, and JJ and Tiley were dropped off, and the coroner's office took custody of both JJ and Tiley.
So that was later in the evening.
Correct.
And was an autopsy performed that night?
No.
When was the autopsy?
The autopsy,
Judge, I'm gonna object. There needs to be some foundation.
Overruled, if you know, you can answer.
the autopsy was performed June 11th, early morning hours.
Well, that was the next day.
Correct.
And were you present for that?
Yes, I was.
And where did that autopsy take place?
At the Ada County Coroner's Office.
So when you arrived at the coroner's office, what did you do first?
Initially, when we arrived, we had a little debrief with the medical examiner, Garth Warren. He told us what he expected.
Judge, objection.
Grounds,
Hearsay?
sustained.
You met with Dr. Ward.
Correct.
What was the purpose of that meeting?
To debrief us on what to expect that morning.
What did you do next?
We went to the room where the autopsy was performed. Put the sanitary booties on our shoes, signed in on a whiteboard with our name and cell phone numbers. So he had a record of everybody that was in the room. And at that point, we stood back against the wall and observed the autopsy.
Now, as a detective, you don't perform an autopsy, correct?
Correct.
But you were able to see it take place.
That's correct.
And what did you observe happening during that autopsy?
One of his team members brought out the body bag. And I recognized it to be the same body bag that we took from defendant Daybell's backyard that day because it still had dirt on it. It still had the same lock. And at that point, they opened the body bag and revealed the same black plastic and small body that appeared to be in the black plastic.
And then what did you observe?
Dr. Warren and his team cut down the middle of the black plastic to open up what was inside. At that time, I observed a small child with duct tape on his head from his chin to his forehead area, tightly wrapped around his head. He had red pajama pants on, red pajama shirt. He had his arms folded this way across his body. And there was duct tape from elbow all the way around to his other elbow. He had his ankles also bound with duct tape. He was still wearing his nighttime pull-up diaper. He had black socks with the word Skechers in orange. I could tell that he was going through various states of decomposition based on his skin color.
Judge, I'm gonna object.
Grounds.
He doesn't have the experience to make a determination about the levels of decomposition. He's speculating.
I'll sustain the objection and strike the final part of the answer about decomposition, Mr. Wood.
All right. Detective, what did the body's skin look like?
The skin was sloughing. It appeared to be bluish green, black, yellow. And through my training experience, going through and handling different dead bodies at different stages of decomposition, that's what I read.
Judge, I'm gonna object again. There's been no foundation for him to make that sort of medical assessment. He's not a medical doctor.
Your Honor, my argument would be that's not a medical assessment. It is on his training experience.
I'll overrule the objection. If you'd like to cross further, you'll have a chance, Mr. Pryor. The objection is overruled. Foundation laid in the previous response.
Detective, once this, the body was taken out of the bag and you made the observations that you just described, what happened next?
Dr. Warren and his team then cut the white plastic that was wrapped around his head and duct taped. They cut down the middle to reveal what was underneath. At that point, I observed another piece of duct tape stretched from JJ's jawline to jawline over his mouth. He also cut the several layers of duct tape from his arms, and it revealed some more duct tape that had his wrist bound underneath all those layers of duct tape. He then took his bottom pajamas off and shirt, and it also revealed the nighttime pull-up diaper he was still wearing.
Now, Detective, you spoke about the duct tape and bag over the head, correct?
Correct.
And you've been referring to this as JJ.
Yes.
Until that duct tape and bag were removed, though, were you able to identify him as JJ?
No. Once they removed the duct tape in the bag, through looking at all the photographs for the last 8 months of JJ, I recognized him to be the same little boy laying on that table as JJ Vallow. He had the same hairstyle, shorter on the sides, longer on top. At that point, I recognized him as JJ.
Once the clothing was removed, what did you observe happen next?
Dr. Warren pointed out some bruising on his arms, on his ankles, on his chest. He also pointed out some scratch marks on the left side of his neck, just under the duct tape. At that point, Dr. Warren and his team performed the autopsy.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be shown state's exhibits 12A through 12B.
A through B.
E.
B, thank you.
Detective, can you review those exhibits? Let me know when you've had a chance to.
Yeah.
Do you recognize state's exhibits 12A through E?
Yes.
What do they purport to be?
JJ Vallow laying on the table after they opened the black plastic.
And were you present when those pictures were taken?
Yes,
You were in the same group, correct? Are those true and accurate representations of what you observed that day?
yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that states exhibits 12A through E entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Very well. 12A through E are admitted. All of these are graphic in nature, will not be published or shown on the court's live feed or to the public in the courtroom. They'll be published to the jurors, however you wish to split.
Thank you. Detective, can you describe to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 12A?
Once they removed the black plastic that JJ Valla was in, this is the first thing we saw. You can see on the white plastic on top of his head, that's the slit that was made when his head was sticking out of the ground. You can see the duct tape I testified to wrapped around his entire face. His red pajamas are still soaked with body decomposition. The level of duct tape on his arms is what really caught my attention. And he still has the white, he has a white and blue child blanket wrapped around him.
Can you describe to the jury what you observed in State's Exhibit 12B?
This is the JJ's legs, his bottom half, he has his red pajama pants on still. His ankles, like I testified, are wrapped with duct tape. Those are his black Skechers socks that he had on. It's hard to see there too, but his legs and body are also soaked with decompositions.
Can you describe to the jury what you saw in State's Exhibit 12C?
When I spoke earlier that Dr. Warren cut down the white plastic and the duct tape that was covering his head, this is what we saw. You can see the other layer of duct tape around his mouth that went from jawline to jawline. You can see his hair, brown hair, still was matted down to his head, wet, soaked with body decomposition. But at that point, I was able to still recognize him as JJ Valla.
What did you observe in 12D?
That's the white bag that was covering his head. That looks like blood. In the bag, it's actually body decomposition, just breaking down. It appeared to be a normal trash bag. It had a red drawstring. And you can see, if you look close at the waffle style pattern, the expandable type trash bag. There's still pieces of duct tape that are attached. That's what that photograph depicts.
Can you describe to the jury what you saw in 12B?
That's just another photo of JJ. The tape is starting to lose its stickiness because of the way the body is. It's just a different photo or a different angle of JJ's face.
Could I have a recite bar, council?
Jury is present and accounted for.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Please be seated. We're back on the record then on case CR 22-21-1623, just included the morning recess. Detective Hermosillo is still under oath. And Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue with your direct, you can do that at this time.
Thank you. Detective, I think when we left off, we were speaking about the autopsy of J.J. Daybell, correct?
Correct.
You had mentioned earlier that you did observe the actual, not only the body, but then the autopsy of J.J. Daybell.
That's correct.
And were you present for that entire autopsy?
Yes, I was.
And when that autopsy was concluded, what did you do?
At that time, Dr. Warren and his team removed JJ from that autopsy table. Then they brought out a second, excuse me, black body bag. And I recognized it to be the same body bag from the scene because it also had dirt. And they placed that body bag on the table.
And what did you observe next?
Dr. Warren and his team opened the body bag, looked at the remains for what was left as far as remains inside. He stated there was nothing he could do at that time with an autopsy. So
Judge, I'm going to move to strike as hearsay.
Your own statement already came in.
And I'm going to move to strike.
So
would you repeat the question?
What did you observe? What were you had just talked about the Ty's remains being brought out. What did you observe?
Once the remains were brought out, Dr. Warren opened the bag and looked at the remains and stated there was nothing he could do at that point. So at that time, we left the autopsy room for the day.
And when you left, did you do anything in furtherance of your investigation that day?
No,
Did you return to the Ada County Coroner's office the next day?
we did. On June 12th, 2020, we went back to the Ada County Coroner's office. At that point, Lieutenant Ball took custody of some of the evidence and we transported it to the state lab in Meridian.
And were you with Lieutenant Ball when you did that?
I was.
And once you took it to the state lab, what did you do?
Those items were checked into the state lab. And then that concluded what we did for that day.
Detective, you spoke earlier about some of the other agencies you've worked with in this investigation. And is it correct you worked with Fremont County?
Correct, yes.
And I believe you testified that your primary focus in this investigation was looking for Tylee and JJ. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Was there an investigation in Fremont County at the same time that had connections to your investigation?
Yes, there was.
What was that investigation?
Fremont was investigating the death of Tammy Daybell, who was married to the defendant, Chad Daybell. kind of the exact same time we were doing our investigation with missing children.
Right. And would you meet with Fremont County and discuss the cases together?
Yes, we would.
And would you aid each other in those investigations?
Yes,
Would you share information?
yes.
Detective, are you aware of any event involving Tammy Daybell on October 9th, 2019?
Yes, I am.
How did you become aware of that event?
Through the course of sharing information with the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, we were advised.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes. All right, I want to have the court reporter, if we could, read back Mr. Wood's previous question before the sidebar, and then I'll see if there's an objection held by defense.
Question, how did you become aware of that event?
Is there an objection to that, Mr. Pryor?
No, not to that question.
Okay, then Mr. Wood, just proceed with another question.
I don't think there's no objection to the question. I don't think it's been answered yet.
Okay. You can answer.
We were advised through the course of our investigation that
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. The question is whether he was advised, not what he was advised of, but whether he was advised.
Our response, Mr. Wood?
I'm not quite sure I understand that objection, Your Honor.
I don't as well, so you can continue with your response.
Can you repeat the question, please?
How did you become aware of the events of October 9th, 2019?
Through the course of our investigation, we were aware of those events through speaking with Fremont County Sheriff's Office.
Why was it important to you in investigating your case to share information and receive information from Fremont County?
It was important because the suspects in that case were the exact same suspects in our case. And so we wanted to make sure that we shared information so nothing was missed. At that point, we were still looking for two small children. And so it was imperative to us that we shared information and gathered information from neighboring counties and anybody that was involved with this case.
And did you also confer with Arizona law enforcement?
We did, yes.
Detective, are you aware of who Charles Vallow was?
Yes.
Who was he?
Charles Vallow was married to Lori Vallow.
Is he alive?
No, he is not.
Do you know when he died?
Charles died July 11th, 2019.
Are you aware of how he died?
Charles was shot by Alex Cox, Lori's brother.
Now, you testified earlier that your initial involvement in this case involved looking for a Jeep.
That's correct.
And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you testified that you were looking for that Jeep because it was requested by Arizona law enforcement.
That's correct, yes.
And are you aware of why they were looking for that Jeep?
Yes, I am.
Why were they looking for that Jeep?
That Jeep was a suspect in an attempted homicide of Brendan Boudreaux, who was married to Lori's niece, Melanie Boudreaux. The suspect in that homicide was also Alex Cox.
Detective, going back to October 9th, 2019 in Tammy Daybell, are you aware of the incident that took place with Tammy Daybell?
Yes, I am.
What was it?
Judge, I'm going to object. There's no foundation as to how you became aware of it.
Sustained.
Through your investigation, did you become aware of what happened with Tammy Daybell?
Yes, I did.
And how did you become aware of that information?
Sharing information with Fremont County.
And so was this part of the collective knowledge of the case that you were working?
That's correct, yes.
And did you aid in that investigation as well?
I did.
So you personally became aware of these events?
Correct.
Based on your knowledge and your investigation, are you aware of any event involving Tammy Daybell on October 9th, 2018?
Judge, again, there hasn't been proper foundation.
I think at this point I've established that it's through his investigation and knowledge.
This objection's overruled.
You can answer the question.
Yes, I'm aware.
And what was that event?
On October 9th, 2019, Tammy Daybell believes that she was shot at in the driveway of the defendant Daybell's residence.
And when you say shot at, are you aware of how she thought she was shot at?
She initially reported that it was possibly a paintball gun.
Detective, in your investigation, did you ever put together timelines of events that took place?
Yes, I did.
Why is it important to do that?
Just to establish who the key figures were and the key dates to aid in our investigation, so we can make sure that we share the accurate and correct information with the other agencies.
And in preparing for this trial, did you prepare any charts of key figures to aid the jury in understanding your testimony and the testimony in the trial?
Yes, I did.
And was that based on your involvement in the case
Yes,
and your investigation?
correct.
And based on I'm sorry, that wasn't very well said. Based on the information you gained from your investigation.
That's correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 30. Detective, do you have State's Exhibit 30 in your hand?
Yes, I do.
What does it purport to be?
Those are the key figures that I put together as far as the investigation goes, photographs.
And did you do that to aid this jury in understanding who the people involved in this case are?
Yes,
And did you do that in anticipation of your testimony?
yes, I did.
Right. And are those the pictures attached with those names, are those true and accurate representations of the individuals attached to those names?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes only, the state would move to enter State's Exhibit 30 into evidence.
Any objection?
For demonstrative purposes, no.
Very well. Exhibit 30 is entered for that reason.
May I publish?
Yes.
Detective, if you can just use your pointer and just, for purposes of the record, read the names attached with each picture.
Sure. This is Lori Vallow Daybell, Charles Vallow, Alex Cox, who's Lori's brother, Chad Daybell, Tammy Daybell, his deceased wife, Tylee Ryan, who is daughter to Lori, JJ Vallow, who's a son to Lori, and Melanie Pulowski Boudreaux, she was remarried, is the niece to Lori Vallow.
Now, when you say that JJ was Lori Daybell's son, was he also Charles Vallow's son?
Yes, he was.
And that was by way of adoption, correct?
That's correct.
And so Alex Cox was JJ and Tylee's uncle.
Yes.
Detective, similar to that last chart, did you prepare a timeline in anticipation of your testimony?
Yes, I did.
And did you do that based on your experience and knowledge of the case?
Yes, I did.
And it was based on information you gained through your investigation?
That's correct.
And did you do that to aid the jurors in understanding just the basic timeline of the events that happened in this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask the witness be handed State's Exhibit 31.
This time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there's an evidentiary issue to resolve, which we are going to take up outside of the presence of the jury. We'll do that as quickly as we can. So I will be out the bench while I research this momentarily. Then we'll come back on and make a ruling outside of the jury's presence, bring them back in and continue evidence.
All rise, please. Maybe seated. Standing session.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we are back on the record on CR 2221-1623. We are going to take up an objection outside of the presence of the jury as it relates to the state's proposed exhibit, in this case, particularly state's proposed exhibit 31. And the court had to go back and review some prior rulings in the case that occurred some time ago. I've done that now, so what I'd like to go through is the proffer and determination if there's still a objection to the exhibit and make a ruling on that outside of the jury's presence. So Mr. Wood has offered exhibit 31, which is a timeline, and Mr. Pryor, does the defense maintain an objection to the admission of that timeline?
Judge, I spoke with Ms. Blake. And procedurally, I think at the time that the 404B was filed by the state, we were also dealing with the severance issue, is what I recall. And then she discussed that with me. So I think I may have made a non-objection to the 404B. And I think I made a record of that when Mr. Thomas and Mr. Archibald were objecting to that. So I may forego my objection because I think my recollection is I don't have a record of it, Judge, which is a little unusual, but I think I may have noted on the record to the court that I'm not objecting to the introduction of the 404B evidence.
All right, I understand. I think there was lodged an objection back February 14th of 2023 by you to the 404B motion. Is the state having clarification on that, Mr. Wood?
Your Honor, just based on recollection, I believe it was not an objection to all of the state's intended 404B, but to some of it. And my recollection, and I'm not looking at any document, this is just my recollection, was that the defendant did stipulate to some of the 404B, including issues dealing with Charles Fallow and Brandon Boudreaux. That's my recollection.
And Judge, my recollection is that I did file a timely objection, but then at the hearing, there was, and I'm going back, Judge, and we're talking 3 years ago, and I'm just going off of recollection as well, as Mr. Wood is. I believe that I filed an objection, and then at the time of the hearing, I may have orally stated that I'm not objecting to the introduction of the Brandon Boudreaux or the Charles Fallow information, and Mr. Thomas and Mr. Archibald continued theirs, and the hearing was continued on, and somewhere in the interim, Judge, there was a severance order granted, and I don't know whether I was part of the 404B motion. That's where I'm having some difficulty in recollection. My records don't show an order that you granted the 404B in this case, so I don't see an order in this case.
Okay, so just to clarify, there was an objection was filed on behalf of Mr. Daybell by Mr. Pryor, February 14th, 2023 to the 404B. We then had a hearing on the 404B evidence on February 22nd, 2023. The court then issued an oral ruling on the record, and in that oral ruling went through different evidence that was sought to be proffered under 404B. And among the rulings the court made on the court minutes under paragraph 9, specifically referencing consideration of the shooting at Mr. Boudreaux, the court weighed out the 404B arguments and found that it would be admissible at trial. And then in the hearing, I did indicate that I'd gone through the analysis for 404B, looking at the State versus Fox case, doing a two-tiered weighing of the factors, balancing them out with the evidence proffered, and ultimately, and I'm looking at the transcript of this hearing where I made the oral ruling, determining finally, quote, the court does find there is relevance under tier 1, parts 1 and 2 for the introduction of that evidence. And then I looked at Rule 403 to see if there was probative value to substantially outweigh the danger of unfair prejudice, and finally determined that as to the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, there would be more probative than unfairly prejudicial, as it would relate back to the purported plan of the defendants. So the court did find that the state was permitted to introduce that 404B evidence. So as we stand here, knowing procedurally that's the ruling, on the timeline, I guess I'll first come back to this proposed Exhibit 31 and ask if there's any objection at this point for the defense, Mr. Pryor.
No, Judge.
Okay, so Exhibit 31 then has been offered and will be admitted. I would also note on the record, but I think the door has been open to discuss that anyway based on opening argument as well. But for that reason, and also based on the court's prior determination made, I am going to permit that reference on 404B evidence. The reason I'm still discussing this for counsel is I think this now triggers a requirement that I give a limiting instruction to the jurors about how 404B evidence is considered. And I do have prepared a limiting instruction that I am going to advise them of at such point as after your exhibit's been offered, Mr. Wood.
Okay.
Okay, thanks for the delay there. We could bring the jurors back in, please. This is,
I don't know where the.
I've got the actual exhibit.
And Judge, if I could just quickly inquire before the jury comes back in, if the court did have both pages of that in its,
I only have first page.
okay, once we get done with this witness, I'll bring that up.
Okay.
All rise. Jury is present and accounted for.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, apologies for that delay. We were working through an evidence issue. I will note that the state has offered Exhibit 31, which has now been admitted by the court. It's a timeline. It does make some references in there that, for me at this time, I think would be best to give the jurors a special limiting instruction. So I'll read this instruction to the jurors at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, during the course of this trial, evidence will be introduced for the purpose of showing that the defendant committed acts other than for which the defendant is on trial. Such evidence, if believed, is not to be considered by you to prove the defendant's character or that the defendant has a disposition to commit crimes. Rather, such evidence may be considered by you only for the limited purpose of proving the defendant's motive, opportunity, intent, plan, or absence of mistake or accident. So with that instruction provided, Mr. Wood, if you'd like to proceed with that exhibit you missed.
Your Honor, I don't have any exhibit.
Well, I believe the witness does.
May I publish?
Yes.
Just briefly before I do, Detective, before we took a break, we spoke about timeline you had prepared.
Correct.
And the reason you prepared that was to aid the jury in understanding the events of this case.
Yes.
If you can take your pointer and go through these events and just read them into the record.
July 11th, 2019, Charles Vallow dies. September 2nd through September 3rd, 2019, Lori, Alex, and the kids, JJ and Tyler, moved to Rexburg, Idaho. The last known proof of life for Tylee was September 8th, 2019. The last known proof of life for JJ was September 22nd, 2019. The attempted shooting at Brenton Boudreaux, Gilbert, Arizona, or attempted homicide, October 2nd, 2019. The attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell, October 9th, 2019. The death of Tammy Daybell, October 19th, 2019.
And if you'll continue on the second page.
November 1st, police receive a call about a Jeep. The Jeep was located November 4th, 2019. Chad and Lori get married in Hawaii, November 5th, 2019. Welfare check on JJ, November 26th, 2019, which is the same day Alex and Chad were contacted. The Rexburg Police Department searched Lori and Alex's apartments November 27th, 2019. Search warrant served on the Daybell residence was June 9th on 2020. JJ and Tyler were taken to the Ada County Coroner's office June 10th, 2020. And the autopsy was conducted June 11th of 2020.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wood. Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Judge, would the court like me to start, or would the court like to take a break, the lunch break?
Let's go ahead and get started with cross and go till it was done, please.
Good afternoon, all. Good morning, officer.
Good morning, sir.
We do know each other. We've at least exchanged pleasantries a couple of times
Yes, sir.
in the past. And I guess for purposes of this hearing, would you prefer that I refer to you as lieutenant or officer?
Lieutenant's fine.
Ms. Pryor, I apologize very much for the interruption. I wanted to confirm something on that last exhibit. It was entered by the court. Is that a demonstrative exhibit?
That's what I understood.
Either as a demonstrative or a summary.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Apologies for the interruption.
Judge, I'm also looking for the, oh, I found it. So Lieutenant, you've been involved in a number of aspects in regards to this case, right?
That's correct.
You've done some investigation on your own in terms of welfare check with Lori Vallum, is that right?
Yes.
But you've also interviewed a number of witnesses, is that correct?
Yes.
You interviewed Melanie Gibb, David Warwick, right?
Yes.
Several times?
Few times.
And you've interviewed a number of other witnesses as it relates to this case, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, now you previously discussed your role as a police officer and investigator in this case. And I guess I want to clarify something if we could, please. As a police officer investigating a case, your role is to conduct an investigation, right? Look at the facts.
Correct.
Try to establish and gain some information, right?
Correct.
But you're not supposed to judge one way or the other, right? You're supposed to remain neutral.
That's correct.
And you're not supposed to narrow that role as a police officer to a particular person. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In other words, you're supposed to look at the evidence as a whole. And rather than focusing on one person and saying, we're going to assume this person did this, and we're going to build our case around prosecuting that person, that would be inappropriate, wouldn't it?
Correct.
Your role is actually to look at all the evidence, consider all the evidence. And once you've gathered all the evidence that you think is relevant to a case, what do you do with that evidence?
We follow the evidence.
Okay, and then once you follow the evidence, you've established a report or you've come to concluding your investigation, what do you do with that evidence that you've concluded with?
We put a case together.
Okay, and then do you provide it to someone?
We provide it to the prosecutors.
Okay, so there's distinct roles as part of a criminal case. You'd agree with that, right?
Yes.
And your role is to conduct an investigation, correct?
Correct.
Look into all possible evidence of any kind, correct?
That's correct.
And view the evidence, right?
Yes.
Not make any determination as to what that evidence means, but rather gather as much evidence as you think is relevant in your mind and put together a compilation of that evidence, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then at that point, only at that point, do you provide it to the prosecuting attorney and they make a determination as to whether or not they will pursue charges against somebody. Do you understand? Is that the way you understand the process is supposed to work?
Yes.
Okay. And if you were not to follow that process, if you were not to follow what I just described, that wouldn't be appropriate. There's protocols. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you should never blend the roles of a police officer with the role of a prosecuting attorney. You would agree with that, right?
Explain what you mean by blend the roles.
Well, I mean, it's not a prosecutor's role to show up at an investigation when you're conducting an investigation and engage in part of the process of interviewing witnesses. You'd agree with that, right?
I've had prosecutors show up to certain investigations.
Okay, but that's not the norm, is it?
I think it depends on the investigation.
Okay, okay. So in other words, you think that it's appropriate that if a prosecutor is deciding whether to pursue charges against somebody, that they should also participate in the interviewing of these witnesses as part of that process. Is that what you're telling me?
I think it's important for a prosecutor to have all the information.
Well, doesn't that create a problem in your mind?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, let me talk to you a little bit about that. Because if you're doing an investigation and you're really remaining neutral as part of that investigation, right? You're not supposed to make judgments, correct?
Correct.
You're supposed to look at the evidence, gather all the evidence, and then make a determination of what evidence you want to submit to a prosecuting attorney, right?
Correct.
Do you ever get involved in the process of deciding whether someone should be charged or not?
What do you mean by that, sir?
Well, after the evidence is all gathered, and after you've done your report as a police officer and put together all of the information, do you ever go over to the prosecutor's office and say, you know what, I put this evidence together, and you know what, I want to have a discussion with you about whether or not we want to charge this person? That wouldn't be appropriate, would it?
I'm gonna object as argumentative.
Sustained.
Okay. But would it be appropriate for a prosecutor to interview witnesses and inject their personal opinion in those processes of interviewing witnesses? Would that be proper under any circumstances?
And I'm gonna object as argumentative.
I'll overrule that objection.
And could you repeat the question again about?
Yes. Appropriate for a prosecutor to interview witnesses and inject their personal opinion in those processes of interviewing witnesses. Would that be proper under the circumstances?
To interject their personal opinion?
Yeah.
I would say probably not.
Okay. So if you're engaging in name calling or making references to a person's character in a case, that would clearly be an inappropriate act, would it not?
Objection beyond the scope, Your Honor.
That's sustained, and that's facts, not evidence.
Right. Okay. Now, you spoke a little bit about this body cam issue. And you said that it was a policy that there's only one body cam among 7 or 10 of you as detectives. Is that right?
No, sir, I never once said it was policy. I just said there was only one body cam.
Oh, so
Between 7 detectives.
So in other words, you share a body cam. It's not a policy within the department.
Correct.
Okay, is there a policy in the department about recording or trying to preserve a record when you're interviewing witnesses?
Yes.
Okay, and what's that policy, sir?
When we interview and conduct interviews at the police department,
Yeah.
those interviews are recorded.
Okay. Now, what about if you're out in the field and you're conducting an interview? Is that to be recorded as well?
There's no policy that says it has to be recorded.
Okay. Do you carry a microphone as well, officer, other than a body cam?
No, not on my person, I don't.
Okay. Do you carry a cell phone while you're doing that? That's issued by the county.
Do I keep the cell phone in my car? Yes.
I didn't ask you that. I said, do you carry a cell phone when you go out in the field?
On my person or in my vehicle?
Either one.
In my vehicle.
Okay. And does that cell phone have the technology that allows you to record or photograph and videotape images?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So what I understand is on November 26, 2019, you were directed your folks to go out to the Lori Vallow residence. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and you said that you were with Ron Ball, is that who you said you were with?
At one time, yes, I was with a couple different officers that day.
Oh, so tell me who you were with on that day. Remind me.
Detective Dave Holt,
Okay,
Detective David Stubbs,
okay.
and Lieutenant Ron Ball.
So there were 4 of you who went out there to locate or to find out some information about what again? Remind me.
About the whereabouts of J.J. Vallow.
Okay, and this was a concern that you had because you were contacted by another law enforcement agency expressing concern about the safety of a young child, right?
No, sir.
Okay, tell me what was the purpose?
It was a simple welfare check.
Okay. And you went out on this welfare check and there were, if my map is correct, please correct me. Did all 4 of you detectives and lieutenants go out at the same time?
No, sir.
You went out at different times.
Myself and Dave Holt went out initially.
Okay, and then when did the other 2 officers show up?
When I called them based on the lies that I had been told.
Okay. And these lies that you've been told, At that point, you and Detective Hope, neither of you decided to bring a video camera, with you, right?
That's correct.
And neither of you decided to wear a recorder to record any of the incidents that took place about these so-called lies, right?
That's correct.
And nobody took out their phone and recorded it or made a video or audio recording of the discussion with Mr. Daybell or Mr. Cox on November 26, 2019, right?
That's correct.
And even after you said these so-called lies, even after you discovered that, Mr. Daybell apparently told you something that you didn't think was true, at that point, did you instruct any of the officers who were coming to aid you? Maybe it's a good idea we should bring an audio with, or a video camera with us, or a mic to record some of these statements, because I have some concerns. Did you think
That's
about
not a
that?
question.
We did that, sir.
Hold on.
Okay.
I'm going with that. There was an objection. I'm sustaining the objection. So, strike the answer. You can ask another question, Mr. Pryor.
And it was Detective Stubbs who had the video cam, is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And that was when you video cammed Miss Vallow, about when you had contact eventually with Miss Vallow, is that what the video camera that you're talking about?
I didn't have contact with Miss Vallow.
Now, I'm a little confused about something. And maybe you can clear this up. You said that you asked Mr. Daybell first about whether he had Lori Vallow's phone number, correct?
No, sir. I didn't contact Mr. Daybell till after I contacted Alex Cox.
Okay. At some point, did you ask for Lori Vallow's phone number for Mr. Daybell?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And at no point did you ever make a threat to him saying you're going to turn this phone number over to us, right?
No, sir.
At no point did any other officer walk up to him and say, if you don't turn this phone number over, you're going to get yourself in a lot of trouble. That never took place to your knowledge, right?
That's correct.
Okay. But then after that, you're saying, at first he said, I'm not going to give you the phone number. And then out of the blue, he decides to give you the phone number.
Objection misstates the facts and evidence.
Okay. Then subsequent to that, he
Hold on,
decides,
Mr. Pryor. When there's an objection, I'm gonna rule on it before you launch into another question. So the objection is sustained.
subsequent to that, he decides to give you the phone number. Is that right?
Can you repeat the question, please?
I'll go back over the analysis here.
Thank you.
Your testimony is that Mr. Daybell refused to give you the phone number at first, correct?
That's correct.
And that was an adamant refusal. He said, no, I don't know what her phone number is, right?
That's correct.
And then without any further prompting by the police officers or any encouragement by law enforcement, he shows back up and gives you the phone number later, right?
Objection, he's misstating the facts and the
Well,
evidence.
I'm trying to establish the facts, Judge.
The objection's overruled. If the witness has an answer, he may answer.
You say he showed back up. He never left when I originally asked him.
Okay,
I had to ask him twice to get the phone number.
okay. And how much time passed between the first request and the second request?
Roughly a minute.
Okay. So without any prompting by the police, he asked him for the phone number, he denied, and then within 60 seconds, he said, oh, here's the phone number. Is that what your testimony is?
When Detective Hope started walking towards us and I re-asked him again, that's when he gave me the number.
So you had to ask him twice, is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Now I'm gonna kind of bounce around a little bit, okay? Please bear with me, okay? You made a comment about supposed paintball guns, and if I misquote your testimony, please correct me, okay? You said something about a supposed paintball gun incident with Tammy Daybell, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you later on decided that it was a The words you used were a shooting. Is that the words you used?
Probably.
Well, you were just here testifying a few minutes ago, and just used the word shooting when Mr. Wood talked to you about that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as part of your investigation, you've had a chance to look at all the evidence, right? In this case, you got access to almost all the evidence in this case,
That's
right?
correct.
And have you gone through all the evidence in this case?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and did you look at evidence of facts and circumstances surrounding the Tammy Daybell incident on October 9th?
Yes.
Okay. And Judge, just bear with me.
Your Honor, if he's gonna be showing evidence digitally, can we draw our screen back up?
Yeah.
Not sure I'm gonna be up there, but okay. Now, I would represent to you that we previously stipulated to the admission of a number of exhibits in this case. And one of the exhibits is exhibit number 16, okay? And the parties that previously exhibited, Judge, we've already moved it, it's already been exhibited. So what I'm gonna do is show you exhibit 16, okay?
And this is one already admitted.
It's already been admitted, Judge, previously. Now, you talked about facts, and you used the word shooting is what you used, right? With Tammy Daybell?
Correct.
And you don't believe that Tammy Daybell was shot at with anything other than a paintball gun, do you?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
You don't believe that Tammy Daybell was shot with anything other than a paintball gun, do you?
Yes, I do, sir.
Okay, and what do you base that on?
The evidence through our investigation.
Okay. And part of your investigation is did you look at the Tammy Daybell evidence that she provided to your office?
To my office or Fremont County?
Fremont County.
I did.
Okay. And one of the pieces of evidence is exhibit number 16. Judge, I don't see it going up.
All right, counsel, if you'd like, we can take a lunch break or we can keep moving on here for a minute.
Here we are, Judge.
Okay.
Okay, and officer, I'd have you turn to the screen and see if you can read the screen. Just read it. Not out loud, just to yourself. Let me know when you're done.
I'm done, sir.
Okay. And I would represent to you that this is a email from Tammy Daybell to her friends in the Salem 3rd Ward of her church. Okay? And would you start with the word something and read the email to me?
Something really weird just happened. I want you to know so you can watch out. I'd gotten home and parked in our front driveway. As I was getting stuff out of the back seat, a guy wearing a ski mask suddenly standing at the back of my car with a paintball gun. He shot at me several times, although I don't think it was loaded. I yelled for Chad and he ran around the back of the house. I have no idea what his motive was, and he never spoke, even after I asked him several times what he, though.
Okay. So, and do you see the date on this email? It's just about friends there.
Are we gonna object to this being characterized as an email?
I'll sustain that.
Okay.
Do you want to clarify, Mr. Farr, what type of communication it is?
Well, it's a communication to the friends of the church, and I think it's a text
I'm
message.
sorry.
I can. I believe it's a text message. Judge, I may have misstated that it was an email.
Okay.
My apologies. So this text message went out to all of the friends in the Salem third ward. It's an LDS ward over in the town of Salem, right?
I can't answer
I
that.
don't know. You know where the town of Salem is, right?
I do.
And that's a town that's close to Rexburg?
Correct.
Okay. And obviously you can't answer that about the ward or anything like that, but obviously the term ward would suggest that it's some sort of a religious group of folks they're talking to, right?
Correct.
Okay. But this email doesn't say that she was shot with a gun, or there's even a mention of a gun. The email talks about a paintball.
Again, I'm going to object to characterization of this as an email. It needs to be
Text
short
message, judge, it's gonna be.
I'm sorry. We'll speak for
Yeah. When there's an objection, Mr. Corrigan, gotta have time to get it on the record, make a ruling, and then respond, please. So if it's sustained, this states the evidence.
Text message.
I'm also going to object to this being described as a text message. There needs to be some foundation for what this evidence actually is.
Judge, I don't need a foundation. This has been admitted as an exhibit. This is
All right.
it.
I'll overrule that objection. The jury can review it in the format it came in with the screen capture.
So anyway, this message from Ms. Daybell to the people in the third ward doesn't say that it was a gun, does it?
Says, does say it's a gun, it just says it's a paintball gun.
Oh, it says paintball gun. You're right. Okay.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't say any other gun, though, right? That there's any confusion about that, right?
Not in this email or text.
Okay. Did you also have an occasion to look at I'll be bringing that up later, but the search engine from Tammy Daybell's account?
No, I did not look at the search engine for Tammy's.
Were you aware that, and I'm gonna hack his name, but one of the officers, Officer K, whatever his name is, Officer K, was provided email, search information that Tammy Daybell engaged in regarding paintball guns in a picture. Were you aware of that?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'm asking whether he's aware of it.
Overruled.
Are you aware of it?
I was aware that he was provided information. I can't tell you exactly what information he was.
Okay, we'll get to that in another day. But did you also listen to the 911 call that was made regarding the paintball incident?
I did.
Okay. And there was no mention of a gun in that 911 call, right?
No.
The mention in the 911 call is that someone took a shot at me or tried to take a shot with a paintball gun, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So the suggestion today that it was a gun is based on your own hunch, right?
No, sir.
Well, do you have the gun?
I have evidence of Google searches done by Alex Cox around that time.
Okay. Do you have information as to where Alex Cox was at the time of this alleged shooting?
Yes, sir.
You do have evidence of that?
He was at the Daybell residence earlier that day.
I didn't ask you on the day of the Daybell residence at the time of this shooting. And do you recall when this shooting took place?
I believe it was maybe 8 in the evening, maybe.
Right. And let's clarify this because the data that you have regarding him being at the residence was much earlier in the day, right?
That's correct.
And and you don't have any data that shows that Alex Cox's phone dinged or any other communication device that Alex Cox had was at the location of the house at the time of this paintball incident, do you?
At the time, no, sir.
Okay. And so at this point, the information you're talking about is there's some Google searches by Alex Cox, correct?
That's correct.
And the information is that you've decided to not take into consideration Tammy Daybell's own statement about a paintball gun?
Objection misstates his testimony.
Sustained.
So what other information are you leaning on to suggest that this was anything but a paintball gun?
The Google searches performed by Alex Cox talked about shooting through Dodge Dakota.
Okay. And I appreciate that. And that would be one of Chad and Tammy Daybell's vehicles. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you aware of who was driving the Dodge Dakota at the time that incident took place?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you talk to any of the family members, any of the 4 children about who was actually the driver of this Dodge Dakota that Alex Cox was trying to figure out a way to shoot through?
We attempted to contact those children and they wouldn't speak with us.
Okay, so you don't know whether Chad Daybell or Tammy Daybell were driving that Dodge Dakota, right?
That's correct.
So the reality is that Tammy Daybell was driving the Dodge Dakota. It sounds like Alex Cox had something for Tammy Daybell. Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm not suggesting that. I'm just simply stating what Mr. Cox's Google searches were around the time of that shooting.
Okay, and you're basing those Google searches on your position that you believe this was a shooting, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so if Chad Daybell was driving the Dodge Dakota during this time, and he was the primary driver and maybe the only driver, would that mean then you would be looking at whether Alex Cox was trying to shoot Chad Daybell?
Chad Daybell didn't call in a 911 call and said he was shot at. Tammy Daybell.
Yeah, but Tammy Daybell called in a 911 call about a paintball gun. And it was a paintball gun. And we'll have Officer Cannon talk about that. And we'll listen to the 911 call.
Objection, that's not a question.
Well, the question is,
Mr. Pryor, again, you've got to give me an opportunity to rule an objection. If it is sustained, let's just argue it's not a question. You can ask another question.
the shooting and the call that's taken place was in reference to a paintball gun incident, wasn't it?
Can you repeat the question, sir? I couldn't hear you.
The call that was made regarding this incident was a 911 call about a paintball incident, wasn't it? They used the words paintball in the 911 call, didn't they?
That's correct.
We'll move on. Okay. Now, we previously talked about, and Judge, I don't know when you want to stop. I've got a ways to go.
I think this probably is a good time for the lunch break, given the time. So we will take our lunch recess. That will be an hour. We'll plan on coming back on for additional testimony around 10:15 after 1.
All rise, please.
All right, we are back on the record on case CR 2221-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. The defense is conducting cross-examination of the witness, Detective Hermosillo. Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue, you may.
Officer Hermosillo, I'm going to take my time. I didn't probably need too much coffee this morning, so I avoided that over the lunch hour, and now I think I'm okay. Let's hope so. And I think the judges admonished me enough at this point that I think I got the point. So we're going to go a little slower if you don't mind. Okay. So I want to go back to the paintball incident. And you said that one of the pieces of evidence was that Alex Cox had Googled a black Dodge Dakota, correct?
He Googled what caliber it would take to shoot through the windshield of Dodge Dakota.
Was it the windshield?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Judge, there's previously been an admission of Exhibit 34 by stipulation. That's Homer J. Maximus with a reference from the state as well. And we'll get back to that in a minute. But there was at least a reference at some point that there was going to be trying to find out what kind of caliber it would take to penetrate a Dodge Dakota vehicle, at some point, windshield or otherwise, correct?
Correct.
And you took that as a threat, as a means of saying that's why Alex Cox was trying to kill Tammy Daybell.
That Google search, along with him being at that residence that same day earlier,
Okay,
and the incident involving Tammy Daybell,
okay, okay. Okay, and that's what drew you to that conclusion, is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. So we don't know who was driving the Dodge Dakota regularly, do we? Because you didn't speak with the kids, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And we do know that on the day that you said Chad Daybell, at least you were alleging that Chad Daybell fled on sometime in June 9th. Is that right?
Objection misstates the testimony.
Well, try to clarify that. High rate of speed, Chad Daybell left the area. Is that fair?
That's fair.
That's what you're stating, correct?
That's correct.
And in the vehicle that he was in, do you know that that was the Dodge Dakota that supposedly he was fleeing in?
It was not Dodge Dakota he was fleeing in.
Okay, what vehicle was he fleeing in?
I can't recall off the top of my head. We have it in inbound, but it wasn't the Dodge Dakota.
Okay. Okay. So there were two vehicles, an Equinox and a Dodge Dakota. Which one was it?
Which day, sir?
On June 9th, there are two vehicles that the Daybells owned, an Equinox and a Dodge Dakota. So which one was it that he was allegedly fleeing?
I just stated I couldn't recall the vehicle that
Okay.
was arrested.
Okay, okay, that's fair, that's fair. So, just to recap, we know that there was a Google search by Alex Cox on his Homer J. Maximus account, correct?
Correct.
And that there was an allegation that someone was, or that Alex Cox was trying to figure out what type of caliber to at least shoot at a black Dodge Dakota, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We don't know who the target was, or who the target was in that Dodge Dakota, but we know it was someone who owned the vehicle, obviously, right?
Well, I would assume so.
Okay, okay. Now, that's what you based on the fact that you thought that there was an attempt on Tammy Daybell that day, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you read that email from the Homer J, or the research from the Homer J. Maximus account, did you take into consideration the date of when that search took place?
I did.
And when was that?
I can't recall. I have to refer to my notes.
Okay. I'm gonna take the liberty of helping you out a little bit. At least I think I'm gonna help you out. There. Judge, I don't know why it's not going up on the screen.
Is this a exhibit?
34.
34, sorry, which 34 has sub exhibits?
I believe it's A, Judge.
34A is admitted previously by stipulation. 34A is what you're trying to publish, Mr. Clark.
Yes, Judge.
I don't know if there's someone can assist to see you, but okay, it is admitted.
There we go. I'm sorry. I don't know what. All the best laid plans to prepare for this. So I'd like you to take a look up at the screen, if you would. Look at the date of when this search took place.
Okay.
And what is that date?
October 12th,
Of,
2019.
okay, now what was the date that allegedly Tammy Daybell was shot at with a paintball gun?
October 9th, 2019.
So if I understand, the incident with the paintball gun took place 3 days before this search took place.
Correct.
Okay, but you still continue to believe that was the basis for someone going after Tammy Daybell, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. But you don't have any Google searches that suggest anything else in a threatening manner? This is the one and only that you're relying on, is that right?
No, that's not right.
All right, what else are you relying on?
If you scroll up on October 9th, I believe that evening,
Okay. Go ahead.
Alex Cox Googles how to make an AR-15 function in cold weather.
Okay.
There's some other Googles if you'd like to pull it up.
Well, I've got those and we're gonna go through those. And we'll have an opportunity to do that, but,
And that was the night Tammy was shot at.
okay. And he Googled that night, right?
That's correct.
What time of night was that, do you recall?
I'd have to look at my notes.
Okay. Okay, but he also had a habit of Googling a lot of things, right?
I can't answer that.
Well, you know about the Hannibal Lecter thing, right?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, before we get to the Hannibal Lecter thing, let's talk a little bit about some of the other searches from Homer J. Maximus. October 21. Best tactical cutting knives, right?
Correct.
See that one?
All right, and Mr. Pryor, you are gonna have to stay by that microphone or we don't pick up what you said.
Okay, Judge. October 22nd, 2019. Sharpening swords. Knife sharpener, right?
Correct.
Okay, what was the date of Tammy Daybell's death?
October 19th, 2019.
Okay, so 3 days after Tammy Daybell dies, Alex Cox is still looking at sharpening swords and a block knife sharpener 3 days after Tammy Daybell's death. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. October 23rd. 4 days after Tammy Daybell's died. 15 facts about the silence of the lambs you didn't know. Call that one?
No, sir.
Okay. And that was 4 days after Tammy dies, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when you searched, and I believe it was 107, was that the unit that we found all of the knives and the guns?
No, sir. That was 175.
Okay, 175, that was Lori Vallow's unit then, right?
That was the unit that Lori Vallow lived in, but Alex Cox was on the tenant agreement.
Okay, okay. And your testimony previously, I believe that was a day or so ago, there were a significant number of weapons found, right?
That's correct.
Did you do a check on all of those weapons to see who they belonged to?
I personally did not do a check on all those weapons.
What about the knives or the ammunition? Did you check and see who those belonged to?
I'm not quite sure how to check on who the knives
I don't either.
belong to.
I don't either. I just asked because are you presuming that the owner of those knives and guns and ammunition is Alex Cox?
They were found amongst his belongings, so I
Okay.
presume that is.
And we talked about this before, when I was doing some voir dire native objection, that a lot of those items were items, the knives and the ammunition were items that you pulled out of bags and displayed for purposes of, for lack of a better word, staging them for your photo op, right?
That's correct.
Okay, okay. But again, all of the ammunition, all of the weapons, all of the knives, and the ski mask, that was found in Alex Cox's, at or near Alex Cox's belongings, right?
Correct.
So I don't want you to speculate, but you're presuming that Alex Cox owned all of those, right?
That's correct.
There's no indication that Lori Vallow had several guns and knives and things like that. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. I want to switch gears a little bit. And I want to talk to you a little bit about Charles Vallow. Okay? Okay. And I assume you've been communicating with the folks down in Arizona about all of that. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so you're well versed in the facts as it relates to Charles Vallow, correct?
No, I wouldn't say well versed. I know the basics.
Okay, but are part of the basics to know where the court proceedings are and who was charged with what?
You would have to be more specific.
Okay, and do you know currently who's charged in the death of Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Okay, who is that?
Lori Vallow.
Okay, are you aware that the prosecuting attorney down in Maricopa County issued a
Objection hearsay.
That's the same.
Judge, I'm asking whether he's aware, not whether he.
Well, by the time you say what he's aware of, then all the information's coming through his, so it's sustainable.
Okay. Are you aware that Chad Daybell is not charged with anything in Maricopa County relating to Charles Vallow?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Okay. Brandon Boudreaux's next. Who's been charged in the allegations against Brandon Boudreaux?
Lori Vallow.
Is there anybody else?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and you're also aware that Chad Daybell has not been charged in the allegations as they relate to Brandon Boudreaux, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Now, if Alex Cox was still alive, the suggestion seems to be that he would have been charged with both of those offenses. Would that be fair?
Objection calls for speculation.
It's the same.
Okay. Do you have any information as to who killed Charles Vallow?
Yes.
Who do you believe killed Charles Vallow?
Alex Cox.
Okay. Who do you believe took the shot at Brandon Boudreaux?
Alex Cox.
Okay, thank you. Now, did you have the occasion to look into the history of Alex Cox a little bit?
Briefly.
Okay, were you aware of an incident that occurred in, let me get the date right, August 5th of 2007?
You'd have to be more specific about what occurred on that date, sir.
On that date, there was an allegation that there was an assault on a Joseph Ryan.
That's correct.
You're familiar with that, is that right?
Yes.
And in 2007, is there any indication that Chad Daybell knew Lori Vallow in 2007?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And in that incident, are you aware that Alex Cox committed aggravated assault on Joseph Ryan?
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to object to relevance.
I think we're outside the scope of what's happening in this case, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, can I approach, please, with counsel?
Sure, outside watching. I just wanted to reiterate, we had an objection that was sustained on relevance grounds, and the court confirms that objection, concluding under 403, it's not relevant for purposes of this case.
Judge, based on that ruling, the state would move to strike the question.
All right, the question stricken on that topic won't be allowed.
I would like to talk to you a little bit about Chad Daybell's phone, and I'd like you to refresh my recollection. Okay? Yeah. You made mention that on the 26th, when you were doing the initial welfare check. You followed up with calls to Mr. Daybell, is that right?
That's right.
And your testimony was that you weren't able to get an answer, or the phone was turned off?
Every time we called, it went straight to voicemail, I believe.
Oh, all right. Did you have an opportunity to go through Mr. Daybell's phone records?
I personally have not, no.
So there's no indication that the phone was ever turned off, was there?
I can't testify that I didn't go through his records, sir.
But you can testify that it just went to voicemail.
Correct, I can testify he didn't answer.
Okay. Now, when you searched Lori Vallow's residence, there weren't any clothes in there. In the residence that she had hanging up on hangers, right?
That's correct.
Do you have any information to suggest that she had mailed or shipped her clothes to another location?
No, I don't.
Okay. And then you, at the time, you were aware that Mr. Daybell obviously was married to Ms. Vallow at that point. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is it your allegation that Mr. Daybell left on the 26th or 27th and also tried to avoid contact with law enforcement?
I can't answer why Mr. Daybell left. All I can answer to is I wasn't able to get a hold of him after that date.
Okay, and after that date, did you happen to check credit cards or phone records or anything like that to try to locate him?
Again, sir, I didn't go through Mr. Daybell's phone records.
Okay. Did you gain any information that Mr. Daybell was going on a vacation around the 26th or 27th of the end of the month?
We later learned that Mr. Daybell was in California.
Okay. And later learned that he was in California, and that was about the time of the 28th or 29th of November, is that right?
I'd have to refer to my notes.
Okay. And were you aware?
Sounds right.
Okay. And again, maybe the coffee's still affecting me. I'll try to slow down, okay? But you're also aware that Mr. Daybell on the 28th being at Knott's Berry Farms, right?
Correct.
And that was a family vacation with his kids, correct?
I can't testify to who was there.
Okay, so Mr. Daybell wasn't fleeing. He was on the 26th or 27th of the month when Lori Vallow's closet was empty. Mr. Daybell was on a family vacation.
I can't testify that he wasn't fleeing. I can testify that I knew he was in California at a later date.
Okay. And you know that later date was the end of November, right?
Close to that date, sir, yes.
Okay. And you know that subsequent to that, then he went on a trip to Hawaii after that, right?
Yes, he was in Hawaii after that.
Right. So if I understand the testimony, Mr. Daybell was at some point after the 26th, went on a planned family vacation at Knott's Berry Farms, right?
I can't testify it was a planned family vacation. sir.
Okay, all right, that's okay. And then subsequent to that, he then went to Hawaii on a trip to Hawaii where there was some contact with you folks, correct?
Yeah, we made contact with Mr. Daybell in Hawaii.
Okay. And how is it that you found it out that he was in Hawaii again? Remind me, please.
Through tips that came in through our hotlines that we had set up and cell phone data.
And this is just a question, I'm kind of curious. Did maybe you just look at plane records?
Are you asking?
Yeah,
if I-
I'm asking, did you guys
I'm
look at?
sorry. I can't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was gonna slow down. Go ahead, I'm sorry, sir.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Did at any time, did you just take the initiative to look at plane records?
So each officer was tasked with different things.
Okay.
We did have an officer that looked through
Okay.
financial, and I assume he did look through plane records and credit cards.
Okay. And if Mr. Daybell was flying on a commercial plane or traveling from Boise to Knott's Berry Farm on a commercial plane, in your experience and knowledge of these things, there would have been a record of that, right?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. Now, I'm going to switch gears again a little bit, okay? Please forgive me because I just want to make sure I hit all of these subjects. And before we go there, I want to make sure you did get a subpoena from my office, is that correct? And you've acknowledged that you've accepted that, correct?
Right.
And you were kind enough to contact my office and agree that if I need you to come back, you'll come back at a time suitable for both of us. Is that fair?
Yes.
Was there anything else discussed during that phone conversation?
Date said I couldn't make it back.
Okay, and that was because, and we're not gonna get into this to let everybody know, because it's nobody else's business, but you have an obligation of some sort, and I've acknowledged that, and we're gonna work on that. Is that fair?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. Now, as part of your investigation, and I want to be specific to J.J. Vallow, okay? The last known sign of life was the 22nd. Is that fair?
The last
The last time that someone
live
known.
was September 22nd of 2019.
Right, okay. And the last, at least proof of life for Tylee Ryan was September 8th
Of 2019.
of 2019. So I'll do the math in my head if I can. There's 15 days difference between Tylee Ryan and J.J. Vallow. Is that correct? For the last proof of living or life, respectively.
Roughly.
15 days. You think JJ died on around the 9th of September, 8th or 9th of September, and Tylee was the 22nd or 23rd. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, as part of the investigation, you looked into where JJ Vallow was on the 22nd of September, correct?
Correct.
And on the evening of the 22nd of September, he was at Lori Vallow's home.
That's correct.
Okay. And present in that home, staying in that home were Lori Vallow, correct?
Correct.
At least on the 22nd, JJ Vallow was there, correct?
That's correct.
Melanie Gibb was there, correct?
Correct.
And David Warwick was there.
Correct.
Okay. And on that evening, they were conducting some sort of a religious podcast, the three of them, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the allegation is that JJ was acting up and went into the care of Alex Cox.
Correct.
And then Alex took JJ into a separate apartment, correct?
On which day?
On the 22nd?
He took him to apartment 107. Correct.
Right. His apartment or whoever was on the lease for that apartment, right?
That's right.
Okay. And then the last time that anybody saw JJ was later that evening, is that fair?
Yes.
And that was when Alex Cox was carrying JJ Vallow into the apartment of Lori, David, and Melanie Gibb, right?
Correct.
Who were all staying there together, correct?
That's correct.
And then somewhere at that point, whether it was at that point or subsequent to that evening, or that evening, that's when you believe that JJ Vallow was murdered.
That's correct.
Okay. But the next morning, there were three people in the apartment at that time early in the morning, correct?
Objection foundation.
Well, do you know who was in the apartment early that morning on the 23rd?
Hold on, Mr. Pryor. There's an objection. I think that would sustain.
Do you have any knowledge of who was in the apartment on the 23rd of September, the morning of 2019?
Yes.
And who was there?
David Warwick, Melanie Gibb, and Lori Vallow.
Okay. And at that point, you believe that JJ Vallow was already dead?
I can't testify to the time, but I believe he was killed.
Okay. But then within 2 hours later from that morning, you believe that he was buried on Chad Daybell's property. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. You had an occasion to talk with Melanie Gibb and David Warwick. Is that right?
That's right.
Now, you did it a couple of times, if I recall. One by phone, right? With Melanie Gibb.
Correct.
And that wasn't recorded, was it?
It was recorded
It was recorded?
with her attorney.
No. No, I'm talking about a regular phone call with Melanie Gibb, without an attorney.
I don't remember a phone call.
Okay, all right, we're gonna revisit that maybe at another date, but that's fine. But you also went down to Provo, Utah. And I'm going off of memory, but it was Provo, Utah on the 4th of June of 2020, is that right?
Sure.
Now, at that point, you were interviewing both David Warwick and Melanie Gibb about information they had about these allegations, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And who else was there?
Myself, Lieutenant Ball, and Prosecutor Wood.
Okay, so the prosecuting attorney, Mr. Wood, right there,
Yes, sir.
and a lieutenant that you work with and yourself drove down to Provo, Utah.
Correct.
And was there anybody from any local law enforcement there as well?
No.
Okay, now there was an effort to record that conversation, is that right?
Yes, it was recorded.
Okay, was the entire thing recorded?
I believe the very beginning wasn't. The recorder malfunctioned or something happened that was recorded, but the majority of that interview was recorded.
The majority of it was recorded.
That's correct.
So if I represent to you that there was 22 minutes of recording on that interview, does that sound about the length of what the interview was with Melanie Gibb?
No,
It doesn't?
no.
Okay. Would it be helpful if you were able to listen to that recording and view that recording to refresh your recollection?
Refresh my recollection.
Like about the length of time that recording was?
It should have been longer than 22 minutes.
Okay.
They're longer than 22 minutes.
How long were you there?
Roughly, say about an hour maybe.
Okay. Now, your testimony is that it should have been longer than 21 or 22 minutes, is that right?
That's correct.
Would it surprise you to learn that, well, you don't know exactly how long that interview took place, right?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you the exact time.
And you don't know the length of the recording itself, is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, and in order to determine that, it would be helpful for you to refresh your recollection by listening to the interview, and it would be able to answer those questions for you. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object beyond the scope.
We're way beyond the scope of your direct counsel. If also the officer's going to review that, and I permit it, of course, it's not going to be in the presence of the jury. So also saying the objection on beyond scope.
Judge, are you talking about beyond the scope of direct examination?
Yes.
Okay, then officer, we'll revisit that at another time, okay? And we'll leave that for another opportunity when I call you back. Now, on the day that JJ Vallow was found on June 9th, okay? The pictures and the testimony you showed suggested that he was wearing red pajamas and some Skechers socks. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of what JJ Vallow was wearing based on your investigation when he was carried by Alex Cox from Alex Cox's apartment to the upstairs of Lori Vallow's apartment?
Objection, this calls for hearsay.
It doesn't necessarily call for hearsays, wondering what he observed him wearing, if you know, so
Yes.
let's overrule on that ground.
Tell me if you know the answer to that.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. Do Do you know whether or not JJ Vallow was wearing red pajamas when he was carried upstairs by Alex Cox?
Sir, I don't know the answer to that
Okay.
question.
And Judge, I think at this point, I'm going to save the rest of my questioning for when I call the officer back in my case in chief. If that's okay.
Very well. You can do that. That'll conclude the cross-examination then. This time we'll begin with redirect from the state. Mr. Wood.
Your Honor, may I be handed State's Exhibit 31?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 30. Detective, you testified earlier about when you first met Alec or Chad Daybell.
Correct.
Who was he with?
Alex Cox.
Did he look afraid of Alex Cox?
No.
Alex Cox was Chad Daybell's brother-in-law, correct? When you met him?
That's correct.
Detective, you were asked about your beliefs. Is that fair? In cross-examination, you were asked about your beliefs?
Yes.
Let's talk about your investigation. When you started your investigation, what was the scope of your investigation?
Initially, it was to find the Jeep from Gilbert, Arizona.
And then it expanded, correct?
Correct.
And then what was the scope of your investigation?
To find the whereabouts of JJ and Tylee.
And all this time you're collecting information from various sources.
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I publish State's Exhibit 31?
Yes.
Detective, you were asked about your beliefs, correct?
That's correct.
And you were asked about your beliefs regarding, I'm going to call it the paintball incident. Is that fair?
Yes.
And when I'm talking about that, to your understanding, what am I referring to?
The attempted shooting of Tammy Daybell.
And you testified you don't believe it was a paintball gun.
That's correct.
So why not?
Through our investigation, we learned that Alex Cox was in the area and on the property of Chad Daybell the morning that Tammy Daybell was shot at October 9th. Through Google searches from Homer J. Maximus, which was Alex's Google account, the night that Tammy Daybell was shot, it was a colder evening. And the Google searches were how to make an AR-15 function in cold weather. And without referring to my notes, can I refer to my notes?
Would it refresh your memory to review your notes?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may the witness look at his report.
No objection.
Yes, you can look at it, not to testify from, to refresh your recollection. So once you looked at that, it's down.
On October 8th, the night before, we believe Tammy was shot at, Alex is Googling drop yardage from 300 yards to 100 yards, which we assumed when you're shooting a rifle, you're adjusting your sights to your target. That was the night before. The morning of the shooting, Alex was on Mr. Daybell's property. We have him driving up and down the road of Mr. Daybell's property and also on the property. Later that evening into the early morning hours of October 10th is when he Googled how to make your AR-15 function in cold weather. So that's why we believe that it wasn't just a paintball gun. We believe that Alex Cox was there to shoot Tammy Daybell.
Okay. I'm gonna have you look at this timeline. And as far as you're aware, these dates are accurate, correct?
I'm sorry.
As far as you're aware, these, in pursuant to your investigation, these dates are accurate, correct?
That's correct.
Did the fact that Tammy Daybell died 10 days after that incident have any bearing on whether or not you believed it was a paintball gun?
Yes.
Did the fact that Chad Daybell got married 17 days later have any bearing on your belief of whether or not it was a paintball gun?
Yes.
The fact that there were 2 children buried on Chad Daybell's property have any bearing on whether or not you believed it was a paintball gun?
Yes.
Did the fact that Lori Bell's husband died within months of these other deaths have any bearing on your belief of whether or not it was a paintball gun?
Absolutely.
And finally, did the fact that Brandon Boudreaux was shot at on October 2nd, 2019 have any bearing on your belief of whether or not it was a paintball gun?
Yes.
And it's your belief that Alex Cox was tied to these events, correct?
That's correct.
And because you were asked about your beliefs, was it your belief that Chad Daybell was tied to these events?
Yes.
Why?
Based on our investigation, the lies that we've been told, the fact that we tried to get a hold of the kid's mother, Lori Bello, the kid's stepfather, Chad Daybell, their uncle, Alex Cox. We weren't able to get a hold of anybody. We were left in the dark. Based on all those events, that's what our beliefs were as collectively.
Pursuant to your investigation, do you know when Alex Cox died?
December 12th, 2019.
At any time after Alex Cox died, did Mr. Daybell call the Rexburg Police to report that there might be dead children located on his property?
No, he didn't.
Did he call the Rexburg Police with any concerns that perhaps his wife had been harmed by someone?
No, he didn't.
Did he call the Rexburg Police before Alex Cox died to say he might be in danger?
Judge, we're going beyond the scope. If you walk into a desk, there would be an opportunity to revisit those issues.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Okay. Again, so the first time you met Chad Daybell, what was the first thing you asked him? When you had an opportunity to speak with him?
Asked and answered.
This is a response to the cross you're overruled.
I asked him when the last time he saw JJ Bella was.
And when did he answer?
In October in apartment 107 with Lori Bella.
And did you ask for Lori Bella's phone number?
I did.
And what was his first response?
Judge, this has been asked and answered.
It's in response to the cross.
Overruled.
His response was he didn't know her cell phone.
Detective, you were asked a little bit about how you do an investigation. Correct?
Correct.
And we spoke about the scope of your investigation in this case.
Correct.
It was your testimony that you followed where the evidence took you in this case.
That's correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wood.
Judge, there were some issues that were opened up. I'd like the opportunity to revisit this.
There were a few, so I'll allow a limited recross, particularly considering your statement that you're going to recall the witness, it'll be limited, but if you'd like to, Mr. Pryor, you may.
Detective, there was some testimony about, I'll wait for you to finish.
Thank you.
There was some testimony that you had the whereabouts of Alex Cox on the property of Chad Daybell, and that would have been on the 9th
That's correct.
of October.
Yes,
Do you have a recollection of how long he was there on that property?
I don't.
Okay, and you're basing that knowledge on his phone records and his pings, right?
Correct.
Did you have an occasion to look at all of Alex Cox's whereabouts on that day by way of his phone records, or did you just look at that specific time?
We were more interested in that specific time.
Okay, and I gather from your testimony that you didn't look at between 8 and 10 o'clock on the 9th when the paintball incident took place. You didn't look at that time for Alex Cox's whereabouts, did you?
If I remember right, I didn't get his location near the property at that time. There was no location.
Okay. And isn't it true, officer, that you didn't get his location at that time because Alex Cox's phone was pinging in Idaho Falls at that time, several miles away?
I can't testify to that.
Okay. But you know he wasn't on the property by way of his phone ping and all of the metadata. That's the word you used, right? Metadata?
Correct.
By the metadata, Alex Cox wasn't on the Daybell property when Tammy Daybell was shot at with a paintball gun, correct?
No, sir, I can't answer that. I can answer that Alex Cox's cell phone or his device was not on the property.
Okay, and you can also say that his device was on Chad Daybell's property sometime in the morning of the 9th of October, right?
And driving down the roadway in front of the property. That's
Right.
correct.
And we don't know who else was on the property on the 9th of October, do we?
I can't testify to who was on the property.
Right. So we don't know if he was there by himself or is he there with other folks, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when we're talking about you've been on the Daybell property, right? A couple of times.
Yes.
And you took a photo of the car, and we're going to revisit that next time we get together. But it's not 100 yards from the end of the Daybell driveway to the road, is it?
No, sir.
Do you have an idea of how long that driveway is? Could you give me an idea if you know?
I couldn't testify to that.
Is it 50 yards?
No, I would say maybe 30, maybe
30 yards?
20, 30 yards. Yeah.
So 60 to 90 feet.
That's my rough guess, yes.
Okay, so if we're looking at a rifle at 300 yards and dropping it down to 100 yards, we don't need 100 yards to get from one end of the Daybell driveway to the other, do we?
What our investigation or our belief was, if you're asking me what my belief is,
No, I'm asking you the distance down the end of the Daybell driveway to the top of the Daybell driveway that's not 100 yards, right?
well, that's correct.
That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Wood, is the state ready to call this witness?
Your Honor, who Coach?
Yeah.
Your Honor, may this witness need to stand?
Oh, I didn't know if we are. We are. You want to have the sidebar first?
No, we're done.
Okay, well, Lieutenant Hermosillo, you may go ahead and return down. And because you are still under subpoena, maybe recalled, I will admonish you to abide by the court's exclusionary rule. You're not permitted to review testimony trial between now and the time you return for testimony. If you fail to follow that and follow the trial or observe any testimony, you will not be permitted to testify again. All right. Okay, thank you.